So I've got my essay written, and I've been working on it for about a week. So now I'm going to show you how I use Grammarly to edit.
is the fire that rocks my soul. Gonna remember it until I grow old. 'Cause life is too short, we gotta do things right. So baby, let's just party tonight. Baby, let's just party tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get it on like ping pong in Hong Kong. Alright, so first up on the ship ranking list, we're going to be starting with the Tier 6 destroyers. Let me just go ahead and pull this into presentation mode. Beautiful. All three teams are shooting you. That's a fat rip. That's how it goes, though. That's how the stream really likes to. That's how Arena loves to go sometimes. Bitrate does not really seem to be liking it, but we're gonna go with it anyway. Oh, it's all right. Okay, just need to go to this. Yeah, you can hear me. There we go. Success! You guys can see what I'm looking at. Alrighty. So we're going to be starting off with the Tier 6 destroyers. Alright, so we have 6 tiers. We have S tier, which is just best of the best. You're going to pick that every time. We have A tier, which is really good. B team, slightly above average, if not average, but on the better side. C is slightly below average. D is just below average. You don't really want to play it. And F is just bad. You just do not want to even touch. You do not want to even touch that stuff. Alright. So, off of the rip, we have the Benson. So, 5x 127s. Really good fire rate. Really good turret traverse. It has 10 torps, but you know it's the low damage ones, so not really going to be anything too insane. It's got the long smoke, which is really good for tier 6 rank. This is a really good boat. As another thing to mention, this is for solo carry potential. So this will be like you are by yourself in either standard or ranked. That is how we're going to be ranking these things. So you have the 5x 127s, which have a really good fire rate, good turret traverse, good torpedoes. The torpedoes don't have insane amounts of range, and their damage is kind of eh. But I mean, you have 10 of them. They're not slow, but they're really good for denying caps. And then you have the long smoke screen, which can really help you. And you have incredible DPM. So I think we can put Benson. It has fairly average health pool too. I think we'll put it in B, and then we can like switch it up to A2 if we feel like, because like it's B leaning into A, because there are things better than this boat in particular, but it's still a very strong boat. Next, Sims. Actually, no, Benson's A. Considering what we're about to go through, Benson is easily A tier. Okay, next up, Sims. So, usual long American smokescreen. However, it has one less gun, and it has a little bit less health than Benson does. But she's fairly maneuverable. She's not the same level as like Charles F. Hughes, but she's just about the same. Also, the 5x2 torpedoes, long American smokescreen, decent speed. Thing is, though, the torpedoes are really slow, and they have even worse damage, I believe, than Benson's. So, B leaning to C, probably. I think C. Because having that one less gun can kind of really hurt your DPM, especially since American cruisers are only armed, well, American destroyers are only armed with the single guns. And those slow torps, it's literally it just has speed boost and smoke. Now, yes, it is the extended American smoke, but it's C leading into B. It's C leading into B, in all honesty. It's not a horrifyingly bad destroyer, but I think there are things better than this. But it's right in the middle, kind of on the worst side, though. Kid is I think an A tier. Having a heal, speed boost, and smoke on a destroyer, having by far either the best or some of the best anti-aircraft for a destroyer at this tier, at tier 6. She's a Fletcher at tier 6. What else do you want to know? She even could possibly go into S. We'll put her in S for right now. Because, you have it's a Fletcher at tier 6. Now, yes, she only has 5 torpedo tubes, but as a gunboat and as a solo player, I think you could easily carry a game with Kid. It's just, you have to know when to pop your smoke, and you have to know when to use your torpedoes. Your torpedo range actually kind of hurts you. I think we'll do that, yeah. Benson's above average. Yeah, Benson's above average. Yeah, that looks good. Because if Kid had the same torpedo range as she did on PC, then I think she would be an S tier. But for right now, I mean, solid A, sweet, long smoke, heal, speed boost, decent maneuverability, great turret traverse. Just with the low torpedo range, meh damage, and long shell travel time, I think that kind of holds her back from being the best of the best. Benham. Benham is rough. Benham is very, very, very rough. Because she has 16 torpedo tubes. 16 of them. However, there is slight issue. Slight issue here. She has 4 guns, and she has a low health pool. And if you try to put sims on her to get the extra 2,000, 3,000 health, she loses her concealment, which is really the key with Benham. She only has, I think just 8 kilometer torps, and then with Gleaves you can have 8.8. So she lives and dies by her concealment, because her AA is non-existent, low health pool. They are the American guns, but she only has 4 of them. 16 torpedo tubes, and they do reload fast, but they're tickle torps. They do very little damage per torp hit. They're great. Benham is an absolute monster at denying caps. I just have to think, the way she is here on Legends, she kind of got neutered, but I mean, if she had the 10 kilometer torpedo range at tier 6, she'd be absolutely busted. But I think for solo carry potential, probably at C leaning towards D. Because the Kid and the Fletcher have more, they have a whole nother turret. They have relatively better torpedoes. They do slightly more damage. And they have more range. Well, Benson has more range, but Kid doesn't. But I mean, you're not going to be torping many things in a Kid. And if you are, you've either something's gone horribly wrong, or yeah. But I think Benham, she's hard to carry in a solo. Ranked, she wouldn't be that much better, because there's less things to shoot at, and ranked is all about controlling capture zones. But I just think, in your average random experience, Benham just isn't going to be the top boat out there. She's kind of on the lower side of things. Alright, Jervis. This boat is an absolute beast. 360-degree turrets. She's got the fast-acting smoke screens. Yes, they only last 40-some seconds, but you can have 6. You have 6 stock, and with Smogathon, you can have up to 8. so it's perfect. Like I said, 360-degree turret traverse, pretty decent HE damage. Short fuse AP, of course. The only thing you have to worry about is the poor torpedo angles. That is commonplace for all the British destroyers. She also has 10 torpedoes, which is more than Lightning. I believe she has 10 torpedoes. Pretty average AA. And she has access to a 3-minute long hydro. Now, it's not going to be the same range as the Germans' hydro, but I think she's a very good cap contester. Quick puff smoke. You have hydro to charge into a cap. Yes, you won't be out spotting things, but if a DD tries to smoke up in a cap, you just rush him with your hydro. You can just angle in and kill him because you have all 3 guns on target at all times. Jervis is easily B, possible A. Yeah. Because then we get to Cossack, which is easily A. She doesn't have the 4th turret, which is what Cossack 1938 is going to be when it eventually comes into the game. And yes, she has less torpedoes, but she has something that the Jervis and all of the British tech tree destroyers do not have, and that is a speed boost. She also has less smoke. I believe she can have with up to 3 stock and maybe 4 with Smogathon, but they are slightly longer smoke screens. And obviously she has hydro, but that speed boost can obviously help you get out of positions a lot. Now, yes, she has the same maneuverability, but that speed boost can really help you just get out of an excuse me, I can't talk. Just like dip out of an island. And she has the same guns as Jervis, same hydro. She just has speed boost, better smoke, roughly the same concealment. I feel like Cossack is an easy A, along with Kid. And also, only having 4 torps, it's the same situation. For solo carrying potential, you need to use your guns, like use islands as long as you can. And if you can just hunt down the destroyers, you won't really have to worry about torpedo tubes that much. Alright, Valkyrie. Well, she obviously has the 139mm main guns, which really helps with her DPM. Pretty decent torpedo alpha. I believe she has 3x3 torps. I could be wrong on that. I could be wrong. With speed boost, obviously she's a super fast ninja, but she doesn't have smoke, and she only has the one main battery reload booster, and 2 or 3 speed boosts and damage control, obviously. French DD perk of having their hull saturate faster. It's a bonus in taking gunfights, but without smoke, you really have to know when. They're not all shit. Trust me, they're not all shit. There are a lot of hidden gems in Tier 6. But Valkyrie, I think, for a solo carry potential, you have to play more in the open water. And if you miss position in open water ships, now yes, you have the speed boost to disengage fast, but I mean, not having that smoke is kind of a killer. Because you have islands become your best friend. They already should be in a destroyer. But in French destroyers especially, you're fast and you have great gun velocity. And you do have that 1 main battery reload booster to help. But as soon as you lose that main battery reload booster, you're looking at like 5 or 6 second reloads on your main guns. And that's not going to help you win a gunfight against any other destroyer. So, with main battery reload booster, easy B tier. But just every other situation, I think she's a C. Now, I'm not saying that the French destroyers themselves are bad, but, playing in the open water, using the speed to your advantage is a very rewarding playstyle, but it's kind of hard to master. Oh boy. The Terrible. This ship's a rough one. Because she doesn't have the main battery reload booster, and she's a Le Fantasque down tiered. So she has the 3x3 with the 1 triple torp on each side, and then the 1 on the back. Well, the 1 in the middle, midships. So, yes, she has no main battery reload booster, but she has, since she's a Le Fantasque, her speed boost, and, well, she already moves faster. She's going to have a faster speed. And that speed boost can really help her kick her over 50 knots, which is huge, because I don't believe you can get Valkyrie over 50. Plus, she has the improved 139s that have the higher caliber, so these guns really do, they really pose a threat to cruisers that show broadside when you use your AP. But just once again, not having smoke, you only have speed boost, so you're, in terms of utility, you just have your speed boost. That's it. Great torps, great guns, but low DPM because you're going to be reloading in 5.5, 6 seconds. Yeah. The Terrible only has the engine boost. That's all she has. So I think if she had more utility, she'd be a B tier. But yeah, I think that's a fair assumption. It just their lack of utility. All that they have is speed boost and then the one main battery reload booster. That's it. Now they're great ships by themselves, but it's just the lack of utility kind of holds them back. Definitely a gun reload build would probably be better, or you could go with a torp build too, like a Kleber. But it's once again, you have cruiser guns on a destroyer, so if you don't have main battery reload booster, you have to be very careful about when choosing your fights. Because if you face into something like Benson with full health against a Terrible, if you can't hit your torps, the Benson's going to win the fight. Because your hull will saturate, but he's going to be pumping out shells every 2.5, 3 seconds. You're going to be waiting 5, 6 seconds to get one salvo downrange. Plus, you don't have great turret traverse like the Americans do. You have relatively long turret traverse for destroyers. So, great ships, but kind of lack utility. Kind of holds it back. Leberecht Maas. Slow torps, German torps, low range. Okay damage, not anything insane. But holy crap, this ship has some of the best concealment for a destroyer in the game. And she also has access to, I believe, a 4.4 kilometer hydro, which is insane, because I believe you can get a 4.9 kilometer concealment on this thing, and with the 4.4 hydro, it just makes it a monster at captain testing. And you have the 128s, which are the same guns that the Z35 has. And speed boost, yeah. Smoke, yeah. But reload. It's not as fast as the Americans, not as slow as the French. They're slower than the Americans. Well, they're definitely slower than the French, but they're not as fast as the Americans. They're not as maneuverable. But they are really good captain testers with their hydro. They pose a threat to destroyers with smoke, and that low concealment and fast torp reload too. Germans have a really fast torpedo reload. I think that puts her at B. Because if you're in a German destroyer and anything gives you broadside, preferably cruisers and battleships, but the occasional destroyer that angles, yeah, but especially cruisers and battleships, just load AP. You will be pleasantly surprised at how much damage you can do in German destroyers, especially with the 128s and 150s. Alright, next up on the list, Z39. Alright, so for me, personal bias, I'd put this into A tier. This is one of my favorite destroyers at the tier, because it's a Z23 down tiered. It has one less turret, but other than that, it's exactly the same. But I think you have to put it into B tier, because she has speed boost, which is non-existent on most destroyers, well, non-existent on many destroyers, but compared to the other premium, well, no, that's a lie. She has speed boost, smoke, hydro. I believe it's I think she has 5 kilometer hydro, the same as Z35. If not, it's still a very powerful hydro, like 4.8. Fast torpedo reload, and she has the 150s, so those are even more of a monster to broadside cruisers. Yeah, if a cruiser gives you broadside in a Z39, just load AP in the chamber and just watch the Citadels rack up, or like broadside battleships, watch easy 4.5, 5,000 damage salvos every 6 seconds. And now, once again, it's not as maneuverable, not as fast. You have the speed boost to kind of help you with that. Hydro makes you great for contesting caps, destroyers, and smoke. Torpedoes, once again, the standard. They're slow, not so great range, but okay damage and okay reload. So I think those tendencies plus the great utility of this ship put it into B tier, because German destroyers are very good with utility. Z35, do we even need to talk about it? A tier. 128s have great AP. 5-kilometer hydro on a tier 6 destroyer is absolutely insane. Once again, the box standard torpedoes, slow reload, and damage, and range. Well, no, fast reload, but slow speed, my bad. But, I mean, this ship is just, it's so good. That AP slaps things. It can even, like, touch destroyers if they're not careful. The fast torp reload can really help you just keep shitting out torps over and over and over again. Okay, easily, I think Z35 is an A tier. Like, yeah, you're not gonna have as good of an AA as Cossack or Kid, but I mean, just in pure terms of utility usage and just DPM, Z35 is easily an A tier. Okay, the Katsuki. Great torpedoes. You have the 3x3 long lances that can just absolutely just devastate battleships that like eat 4 or 5 of them. It's basically a baby Shima. Because we all know how torpedo protection works in this game. It doesn't seem to work half the time, and you'll eat floods on the belt almost every single time. But kind of on the guns. I believe you have like an 8-second reload stock. So these destroyers, even more than most, they live and die by their concealment. And because if you go full concealment build, you'll have like a under 5-kilometer concealment, but then you'll be sacrificing health, you'll be sacrificing gun reload, gun accuracy. So if solo carry potential, these aren't really a great pick in ranked. They can be, but they're not the best because it's really all about utility usage and cap denial. And these things, they're great at hunting down battleships. That's really about it. They're great at just shitting out torps against straight lining battleships and just doing maximum damage against them. But in gunfights, you have 1 gun forward and 2 aft. Your guns are going to be better running away. So really what you want to do is like get in, throw your torps, get spotted as you are retreating, and then engage in a gunfight. That's really what you want to do in these things. Smoke, speed boost, yeah, you're fast, you're stealthy, but if you're caught out in one of these things, you're not going to last long, or you're going to be easily losing 2/3 of your health in like under 30 seconds. So I think in terms of solo carry, rank potential, it's right in between B and C. I'm going to put it in C, but it's like C leading into B. It has the good gun alpha, the HE alpha, but you're reloading in 8 seconds. Shiratsuyu. So you have 4x2 long lances instead of 3x3. She recently got a buff to her reload. I believe she reloads in like with my build at least, she reloads in like 4.3 seconds. So you have the long lances, you have decent smoke screen. You can also switch out for a torpedo reload booster, but you obviously only get 1 charge. Now, of course, if you put a cruiser commander on, you can get multiple, but I don't know why you want to do that. But smoke, pretty decent reload, decent torp reload, great torpedoes, and they're not as stealthy as the Akatsukis, but they're still pretty stealthy. So I think after the recent buff, I think you can put her in the B tier. If she positions herself correctly, she might have a chance to win in a gunfight with an American destroyer. It will be close, and it will depend on if you can hit your shots. But after her recent buff, I think she can go toe-to-toe with easily a British destroyer and easily an American destroyer, but you have to be careful with your positioning. It will be rough, though, if it's a Benson or a Kid. Those are ones where it's like you need to know when to use your smoke screen, try and launch torpedoes to make sure they're not bringing all 5 guns to bear. But after her recent buff, I think we can easily put Shiratsuyu in B tier. Okay, Sashio. Oh boy. This one. Another case of living and dying by concealment. She He's basically like the love child of a Shiratsuyu, a Kangaroo, and an Akatsuki. Because she has pretty decent reload on her main guns for destroyer at least. Not really decent. I think she's just around 7 seconds. But once again, great concealment, speed boost, torpedo reload booster, and smoke, which is a great combination. Now she only gets one booster, but every destroyer can get either one main battery reload booster or one torpedo reload booster. So, great torpedoes, great HE alpha, great concealment, smoke, speed boost, torpedo reload booster, but slow reload, poor turret angles. Well, not poor turret angles, but poor turret setup. Just the one gun forward and two aft. Kind of really, if you're caught out of position and your guns aren't turned in the right way, you're going to probably lose that gunfight. But I think, in terms of solo carry, I think we can put Asashi on B just because she has better torpedoes than Akatsuki does, more health, and relatively the same amount of stealth, too. Plus, obviously, the better utility of torpedo reload booster and smoke. Really just, it's a great combination, but there are better things to pick. Yukikaze, I think we can throw that. We'll put that in B tier 2, because she has an even faster, she also is another case of a down tier 7 destroyer. She is a Kagero that's been taken down, so she has like a 6-second reload on the main guns. She obviously has the 4x2 long lenses that do like 21k damage a torp, so like 3 torpedoes can kill a Scharnhorst, which is just absolutely dumb. And she has the great HE Alpha, which is common with all Japanese ships. Fairly decent turret traverse for a destroyer, especially a Japanese destroyer, and pretty decent concealment. It's not going to be like the Lebrek Moss or Akatsuki levels, but pretty decent. But that she has a really good gun alpha, great torpedoes, pretty decent stealth, smoke, and speed boost. So I think we can slot Yuki into B tier. Alright, about halfway through. Okay. Minsk. I believe Minsk also recently received the buff on her reload. Now, this is a tough one, because Minsk is commonplace for Soviet destroyers. 4-kilometer torpedoes, but great gun DPM. Poor concealment, but really fast. Great fire chances, and you have smoke and speed boost, but you have slow traverse time on your guns. Obviously the 4-kilometer torpedoes. And I mean, you have plenty of health, but I mean you are going to be seen from a mile away. But if you know how to kite in the open water, and you know how to like set up crossfires and try and take enemy salvos away from shooting at your teammates, Minsk can be an absolute monster DPM wise. I think for that she deserves to go in B tier. Also, in each tier, I'm not gonna like go in depth and rate certain ones above another, but yeah, Minsk, after her recent buff, again, she's just an absolute monster with DPM. You just have to know how to position yourself correctly. But that goes with all these things, all these destroyers. If you don't know how to position yourself correctly in this game, you're not going to succeed with any of these ships, regardless of how strong or weak they are. Ognavoy, I think she's D leading to F, in all honesty. Because she only has the 2x2 guns. Yes, they are the same guns. I believe they are the same guns that are found on Tashkent and Palo Emilio and Khabarovsk. But, I only have the 2x2. You have 3x2 torpedoes, which aren't insane. They have an okay reload, range, damage, smoke, speed boost, but it's like combining the worst and like a little bit of the best of Soviet destroyers. You have smoke, so you can at least hide, but you only have 4 guns and 2 turrets. You only have 6 torpedo tubes, and you're going to be seen coming from a mile away. It's a great collector's ship, I have to say. It's a badge of honor, and basically it's just a collector's ship. In all honesty, like it's basically a boy at tier 5, but it existed before the boy was even in the game. So it's a tier 5 ship that's been moved up, basically. So I think in terms of solo carry, Ognivoy's D lead to F, in all honesty. Leningrad, no, F. I'm sorry, the Pog. The Pognivoy is going into F tier. Poor DPM, poor concealment, poor maneuverability. There's not a lot of, the pros aren't enough to outweigh the cons, in my opinion. Leningrad, so she didn't get the same buff that Minsk did, but she does have relatively the same amount of DPM. She has longer range torpedoes, and obviously smoke speed boost. But once again, poor concealment, poor maneuverability. Well, in reality, the poor maneuverability just means poor turning circle, but I think we all get that. But I think she also is here, also in B tier. And C maybe? Because in reality, in any game, like especially ranked, considering ranked down here, because yeah, you have the good torpedoes and you have the great DPM, but Minsk is just, it's better DPM wise, and yeah, you should be trying to use your torpedoes in Leningrad, but like in Minsk, especially, she's not going to be a great ranked pick, but in standard, she's going to be a great pick, especially if you can, like I said, get on flanks, draw the enemy's attention away from your teammates. Oh, I think she's C leading into B. Just Minsk having better DPM kind of puts her ahead of Leningrad, even though she's a premium. Okay, Bliskavitya. Oh boy. The Pierogi. I think. Oh boy. She has 7 guns and a 1x. She has 3 guns fore, 4 guns aft, 6 torpedo tubes. Poor, not really like Russian destroyer levels of poor concealment, but they're not. It's not going to be as stealthy as most torpedo boats. Pretty decent gun DPM. It's not anything insane, but it's pretty good. Torps, low range, not like Russian levels, but like range. Not really anything insane. Okay damage, and you only have 6 of them. You have smoke speed boost. I think she's just below average for the tier. I think she's in C tier. I love playing the Pierogi to death. Don't get me wrong. I love this boat, but I just think for solo carry potential, there are better boats to play. There just are. Okay, the Orkan. Okay, so you have a radar on a Lightning. So you have 360-degree turrets. You only have 1 set of 4 torpedo tubes, so that's kind of a pain. And you trade out 4 more torpedoes for 1 secondary gun, slightly better AA. But you have speed boost and radar. Now, you do have really good fire chances, which is pretty commonplace on the Pan-Asian destroyer. The 3 Pan-Asian destroyers in the game. And you have pretty good DPM, because you're a Lightning at tier 6. And you have a radar, which can help. Now, it's only 15 seconds, and it's only 7.5 kilometers, but for a destroyer, it's pretty nice. But the lack of great torpedoes and the lack of smoke kind of hurts. The radar is nice, but, I mean, it's a better division boat, because the radar, it's like, yeah, you can radar a destroyer in a cap, or that's in a smoke screen, but you have nowhere to hide when trying to get that, because if you position yourself behind an island to radar, you're not in a position to open fire, so it's not really going to be benefiting yourself. It's a great division boat, don't get me wrong, great division boat, but solo carry in standard and ranked, I think it's C. Gajah Mada. Once again, it's Jervis class, so it does not have the 360-degree turrets, sadly, but pretty decent turret traverse, pretty decent DPM guns, deep water torps though, which really hurts when contesting caps. great for hunting down battleships, and kind of okay for cruisers, but not. It's just absolutely useless against destroyers. So your guns are the only things you have going for you against other destroyers. Yes, you can have a radar, but like your primary offensive firepower, like for all destroyers, your primary method of offensive firepower against large targets are your torpedoes. And yes, you're not supposed to be throwing your torpedoes at destroyers, but it can kind of help in knife fighting situations or trying to deny caps. And with the Pan Asians, their deep water torpedoes are great against battleships and cruisers. But like I said, they're just absolutely just. It's not even worth like insulting them. They just pass right underneath the destroyer. They don't do anything. If an enemy destroyer is dumb, think they're going to get hit, you might be able to force them out of a smoke screen. I've done that before. You're not you're not going to hit them, but you're hoping that they might get scared and they might leave their smoke screen. But a smart player will obviously know differently. And only having those guns, they're okay guns. They're Jervis guns. They're pretty good. But not having those 360-degree turrets and deep water torps kind of puts it down here. Their smoke is nice though, but I think the Pan Asian ships are much better in destroyers. But solo by yourself, Gatamata can be kind of a rough experience. So I think we'll put her in D, looking to C. Ship Smasher. She has a heel, but she has low gun range and low torpedo range, which is a curse and a blessing. Because it means, hey, you can only be spotted up to like 6 or 7 kilometers, because that's how far your guns go out. But you can only be spotted and you can only shoot within 6 or 7 kilometers, so you're not going to be able to throw DPM down long range, and that can kind of hold you back. Now, yeah, you have 10 torpedoes, and you have an American smokescreen on a British destroyer with British guns that go 360 and a heel. It's a nice ship, especially with the Orc Commander. You get the extra buff to your fire chance and your HE damage, which is nice, and it's Jervis guns, so it's really good. But this ship is only going to be good in knife fighting scenarios, which are the only scenarios you can get in. So solo carry, you're risking yourself every single time you go in for torps or just try to engage, because you have the low gun range, low torp range, so it forces you to get up close. And in a game where radar exists at tier 6, it literally can't even shoot back if it's being raided by an Indy or a Talon. It can't shoot back unless they're pushing in. So I think that kind of puts it back in C, maybe D tier. D. Yeah, the solo carry not. Just, it doesn't have the range. It doesn't have the range to really compete. Charles F. Hughes, being represented by the Sims Black. Great speed, great maneuverability. It's basically exactly the same as the Sims. I know that the ship itself, it's a Benson class destroyer that's had turret 53 removed. It has the 5x2 torps that have low range, damage, low speed, and long reload. That's something that's not great. Sims has a better torp reload than the other American destroyers. I did forget to mention that. But just you're trading that for more speed. If you're going to be fast, why not just play one of the Frenchies that are arguably better than the Charles F. Hughes? Now, yes, you have the long smoke screen, but they're just better American destroyers, really, and there's better destroyers in general to play than the Charles F. Hughes. Not a bad ship, though, but just they're better things to play. And last but not least, we have the Kiev. You have a heel, speed boost, and smoke for the destroyer, which is really nice. Now, yes, you have the standard Russian destroyer concealment where you're going to be spotted from 3 miles away, but you also have enough torpedo range to actually engage targets with your torpedoes outside of your range. So with this ship, I think you could probably slide this into high C, if not B tier. Because you have the same guns as Tashkent at a down tier. Plus you have heal, smoke, and speed boost. Now, yes, it's not going to be the long American smoke screen, but you still have a smoke screen. And you have plenty of torps that have plenty of range, decent speed. But that concealment can kind of hurt. So, I think low B, high C is where we can slot Kiev. yeah, that's the Tier 6 destroyers. We busted out in like 30 minutes. Yeah. So we have Kidd, Cossack, and Z-35 in A tier. Then we have Benson, Jervis, Lebrecht Moss, Z-39. That's Shiratsuyu, Asashio, Yukikaze, Minsk, and Kiev in B tier. Then we have Sims, Benham, Valkyrin, Laterable, Akatsuki, Leningrad, Liskovitia, Orkan, and Charles F. Hughes in C tier. And then in D tier, we have God Yamada and Ship Smasher. And in F tier, we have the Ognavoy. So thank you all for watching. Make sure you all stay tuned for the next couple videos are going to come out when we rank the rest of Tier 6 and Tier 7 and Legendary tier. So thank you all for watching, and I'll see you all in the next video. Peace. Alright, let me just... Best Destroyers Kid? I agree, Monty. Alright, let me go ahead and get the next stuff set up. So let me turn on the music again, and let's get the next tier ship set up. Well, I might also just turn on music and just chill it in the background. Yeah, I'll do that. I will do that. Let me just pull this tree music playlist. Where are you? Stupid ad. Don't you always hate ads? Computer is not really liking this. I can say that much. Okay. Tier 6. CL and CAs. Alrighty. Next up, we have Tier 6, and we have the Tier 6 light cruisers and heavy cruisers. Oh crap. Now I want to open that tab. Alright. So, off the rip, we have Atlanta. Great ship in terms of utility. You obviously have the 8.5 kilometer radar, and you have hydro. And you also basically have built-in defensive AA, so don't even worry about carriers. Of course, we all know that the carriers will always get through with at least one attack, even when flying through your AA bubble, unless they completely eat your flak. But having great AA, and also dual-purpose main guns, low torpedo range, but okay torps. They're only 4 kilometers, but they're all right. You really aren't going to be prioritizing your torps in Atlanta. Obviously, you have the best armor, no armor, but I mean, you get overmatched by 8-inch guns, so that kind of can become a problem. Great in divisions, and easily a great solo carry boat. Think, especially if you can get on an island. If you load AP against broadside targets, especially cruisers. You'll be surprised how much you can do with your AP. And obviously, Atlanta EOP is an absolute monster to face. I feel like she has been a little bit power crept with the newer ships that have come into the game. But I think Atlanta is a solid B, if not A. And I think she is going to be a great ship. She always is going to be a great ship in either ranked or standard. But this is hard. I think Atlanta can go day because just the sheer DPM. Yeah, you don't have a lot of range, but I mean, you find an island to hide or slide up next to. You have a good position to just farm damage. There's very few other ships you would want in that position to farm, and Atlanta could just be a monster when positioned correctly. So I think because of the sheer DPM, the great utility that comes with the ship, she earns her spot in A. New Orleans. This is a tough one because for me, I love my New Orleans. You have that super heavy AP. You basically have Baltimore guns at tier 6. But let's face facts. She has spotter plane and hydro, so not great utility because, I mean, every cruiser gets hydro. Spotter plane isn't really a great help. Well, patrol fighter isn't great help. Especially since the nerf came in. Well, the nerf that needed to happen, which was plane spotting, where you could just pop a fighter plane and spot something on the other side of an island that was just completely hidden. But obviously the Race Citadel, kind of amp maneuverability, easily overmatched, and she has more armor than the Atlanta, so you're going to be eating a lot more full pens because there's more armor to penetrate and therefore more time for the shell fuses to arm. So I love this ship. Okay in ranked. I think we can put her in B though, because you just need it to position yourself correctly and be careful of open water gunfights. Try and find islands to position yourself in, and you'll have a good time. Like I said, obviously they're 203s at tier 6. Pretty accurate too, but kind of the armor for a heavy cruiser kind of holds it back from A tier and lack of utility. Helena, A tier. Don't even have to discuss it. She is in Atlanta with 15 guns instead of 14 guns. So it's an extra gun broadside. She obviously can read an EOP. She's not going to have the same reload of the main guns because she has 152s over 127s, but obviously she has 152s over 127s. Great fire setting chance, great AP DPM, absolutely insane AP DPM. Okay range. It's not going to be anything insane, but it's okay range. Obviously the same utilities New Orleans, patrol fighter and hydro, but easily a great solo carry boat. You can farm battleships with your HE and your AP if they show broadside. Cruisers that turn broadside are just they're going to absolutely be annihilated at this tier by this ship's AP, and Bowen, your HE will just shred them to pieces. And destroyers, oh my god. We think Atlanta versus Japanese destroyers is bad. Helena is a whole nother level. Yeah, Helena is easily an A tier. It's just the sheer DPM, just you don't even need the utility. Plus, you have best armor, no armor, so most shots will usually overpen, or like you only get 1 or 2 full pens. So I think, kind of for those reasons, the sheer DPM of this ship is just easily A tier. Indy's a rough one. Because obviously she has 203s, and she has technically the second best radar in the game, but she used to have the best radar in the game. But obviously she suffers from the same fate as New Orleans. It's just she's a treaty class, a treaty era cruiser, so she's a heavy cruiser in terms of armament, but not so in terms of armor. Indy is one of the best support cruisers, where she sits behind her battleships and provides long-range fire support with her great guns. Her AP is insane. It can just absolutely delete cruisers off the face of the planet, and it can make battleships think twice. But it just, I think she's B leaning towards A because in terms of utility for solo carry, but you cannot play too aggressive in this thing. That goes for all cruisers. You really can't play aggressive because it's just the lack of great armor and maneuverability. She has great rudder shift, but kind of turning circle. And plus, she suffers the same fate as Pensacola with the poor turret traverse. So in this situation, instead of being in C, the utility kind of bails her out. Am I going to have to put New Orleans in C? Because I might have to put New Orleans in C. It's hard. It just having 203s at tier 6 is insane, but New Orleans has a faster turret traverse than Indy does. Not by a lot, but it is noticeable. I think I have to do it. I love New Orleans. Solo carry potential. Ranked 2, just New Orleans is going to be not shown by Indy. I mean, you might as well just have radar. So, yep. I'm sorry, New Orleans. You were one of my favorite ships in this game, but I'm sorry. I have to put you below Indy. Boise, C tier. So, in terms of DPM, it's a Helena. And she obviously has a super heal, which is great, and Hydra, which is obviously box standard. But kind of poor concealment, poor range, and obviously the poor... Boise's a B. She's just a worse Helena. Like, yeah, she has Repair Party, and that should really put her above Helena, but the concealment kind of hurts her. That poor concealment. Plus the poor maneuverability. It's hard because, like, I'm trying to base this off in terms of utility for solo carry potential. Like, rank, she's a great pick, but holy smokes, in open water, she just eats damage. Which really is a sad thing, because, I mean, she's exactly the same as Helena, but it seems like everybody overpens in Helena, but never overpens in Boise. Oh. That super heal is really nice, though. And having a heal on a tier 6 DPM cruiser is pretty nice. So yeah, I think we can put Boise up in A. She's a low A. She's easily a low A. She should be in B, but she's a low A. Flint, obviously having a gearing smoke and 8-kilometer torpedoes on a... Is it a Brooklyn class? I feel like it's Brooklyn class cruiser. It's basically an Atlanta, but it has the wing turrets removed. Doesn't have radar, but she has hydro. And obviously gearing smoke, so just insane. You can scout because you have pretty okay concealment. Now it's a cruiser, so you're not going to be destroyer level, but I mean, you're the lightest of light cruisers. So you kind of need spotting this thing to use its utility. Because obviously if a battleship shoots, you can keep it spotted, but for a cruiser, you're going to have to get within their smoke firing penalty, which is going to be like 6 or 7 kilometers. And even then, you're going to be risking yourself getting spotted. So, in terms of DPM, insanely great, but she relies heavily on having something else spot for her. That really goes for all of these things. Oh, boy. I think... Atlanta needs EOP to really pen with HE. Especially considering she gets up-tiered. I think for that reason, Atlanta's going to stay down. She's going to be in B. High B, though. Very high B. Fiji. A tier. Short fuse AP. Just absolutely shreds anything that shows you broadside. Of course, against bow and targets. It's pain, because, bow tanking is the meta of the game. But you obviously have the single launch torpedoes. And you have heal. You have smoke. And you have hydro. So you are fully set with utility. You have a pretty decent turning circle, and of course we're still in tier 6, so all cruisers have either no armor or very poor levels of armor, technically. Because she is a light cruiser, but she has the armor belt of a heavy cruiser for some reason. And obviously this ship is one of the easiest to just delete because she has the raised citadel, but If you get caught broadside, that's your own fault. But I mean, this thing could just absolutely tear things apart when she catches them broadside. Well, we'll get to battleships. Don't worry, Monty. We'll get to battleships eventually. Don't you worry. But yeah, Fiji is A tier. In terms of utility, in terms of just DPM, just insane. She's a great ship. Great ship. Great for solo. Surrey, D. Do we even need to talk about this? Yeah, she has 203s. Yeah, she has okay HE, but she has poor utility. Like, yeah, she has heal. Okay, so she has heal. She has torpedoes, 203s. Other than that, she's a large target that eats pens. She is not stealthy, and she's relatively sluggish, if not just outright poor maneuverability, if she doesn't already just have that. But, obviously she suffers from the raid citadel. But for me, it's just like, Surreys are so hard to delete in my case, because their citadel is so weirdly placed. It's a raised citadel, but it's very far aft. It's a very weird citadel. You have to look at it in the armor. But I think in just terms of DPM, I think she has a slower or about the same reload as the New Orleans and Indianapolis. But having the 4x2 and she's a giant target that just loves to just eat damage. So, yeah, D. High D. Very high D. Low C, very high D. Belfast, A. Smoke, radar, hydro. Need I say more? Like, yeah, you have your HE, but she has the same short fuse AP as Fiji. This ship could even contend for S. Belfast is still an absolute monster. Absolute monster. In terms of armor, we all know, but I mean, armor goes for all cruisers at this tier. There are like one or two ships at this tier that have actual like usable tanky armor. I think we can easily slot Belfast into S because she has smoke, so she has concealment. She has radar for spotting. She has hydro to detect torpedoes in her smoke screen. She has short fuse AP. She has great DPM, and she also has HE, so she can switch between. Though in reality, you should be. This is a note for everybody out there. You should be using AP in Belfast. Use HE against Ballon targets. That's it. Other than that, just stick to AP. Play it like a Fiji. But holy bejesus, this ship is a monster when it comes to AP DPM. And having smoke, having portable concealment, just insane. So in terms of utility, DPM, Belfast can easily be an S tier. Cheshire, not even going to talk about it. Not even going to talk about it. Yeah, you can overmatch Mino. Yeah, you can overmatch Mino. Congrats. You're still going to be absolutely blapped to outer space because you're now Albemarle with even less armor at tier 6. So, have fun. You don't even get super heal. You just get box into repair party. And Hydra. That's it. Other than that, okay, AA. Alright. You all know carriers just get through anyway. And you are even worse than a Surrey. So, and you only have 6 234. So you have less guns. You have I believe you have the least amount of guns at the tier. So yeah, Cheshire, F. Sorry. Okay, Algeria. I think B tier. Having that speed boost can really help you get to positions that you need to get to fast. And yes, you have a slightly above water citadel. So when you're caught broadside, you're going to be touched, but that goes with every cruiser at this tier. Or at least 99% of them. But you have pretty decent DPM. You have 4x2 203s. You obviously have French don't get EOP, but they have pretty decent fire setting chances, so they have pretty good HE fire chance. And your 203 AP is pretty nice against broadsides. You can smack things around. And you have that speed boost, you have hydro, and we all know patrol fighters, so you can obviously spot for yourself, but it's mainly going to be for like when battleships shoot one salvo. You'll unless you pushed into a cap, you're not going to be getting like hard spots on battleships with a patrol fighter. But I think Algeria can easily. Here's the thing: if Algeria is in B, I think New Orleans has to be in B as well. Yeah. If Algeria is in B, New Orleans has to be in B. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Charlemagne. Wait, hold on. Having a tough time here. Boise moves down. Atlanta is low in A. Yeah, we do that. Charlemagne, B tier. She's Charles Martel at tier 6. She's really just a Charles Martel without a heel and slightly worse armor. So you have 203s, you have 9 of them, so you have the same armor as New Orleans, but you also have speed boost and a hydro. Great combination, and you have the longer range French torps. So yeah, I think overall, not insane in terms of DPM, but it's pretty good. Can definitely make cruisers think twice. She's a great pick for arena and ranked. Yeah, I think we can easily put the 2 Frenchies at B. York. Oh boy. You have great hydro, and yeah, you have a turtleback, but man oh man, you have no armor otherwise. Solo carry potential is very hard because if you try to HE spam, yeah, you get the quarter pen on your 210s, but you have anemic HE alpha. It is horrible how low your HE damage is. Your AP is great, but I mean that's with all the German cruisers. Like to put it into perspective, if you saturate a French destroyer hull, so you're shooting at a French destroyer with your HE, your AP overpenning will do more damage to a saturated part of a French destroyer than your 1 HE shell doing a full pen. So you have great hydro, and you have 6-kilometer torpedoes, so great for engaging with cap. Great with engaging on caps, but oh boy, just kind of the lack of armor. It's a great ship. York's a fun ship to play in, but man, oh man, she is a heavy cruiser in terms of armament, but light cruiser in terms of armor. Because that turtleback, it might save you up close, but mid to long range, if you get caught broadside, expect to be deleted. München or Munich. B tier. She has quarter pen on 150s. She has a 4-second reload. She's really fast, really maneuverable. Hydro, obviously German hydro. Now, of course, she has a race citadel, which is sad. But, I mean, sheer terms of DPM, pretty decent torpedoes. She's a great ship. Just farm the big targets down with HE, sustained HE or AP spam. Engage in close quarters with cruisers and destroyers with your torpedoes and guns. Just know how to position yourself carefully, and yeah, you will succeed. Hazara. C tier. One of the longest reloads at the tier. And you have 8 203s, which are fairly accurate, but you know, it can be rough. You have an exposed citadel that basically runs from the bulkhead of turret 1 to the bulkhead of turret 4. You are not really the fastest out there, not really the slowest. Yeah, you have a crawling smoke, but that crawling smoke is really only useful in getting between cover. Other than that, there's no point in you sitting in your own smoke screen. You do not have hydro. Yes, you have torps, but they're the infamous Italian floating sea mines. These things are so slow. They're slower than the American torpedoes. They go like barely above 50 knots. And their damage isn't really that insane either. So, solo carry potential, your AP is great against cruisers, but you're reloading in 15 seconds when something like a Munich or a Weimar or a Talon will just out DPM you. So, reality, not a bad ship, very pretty, but you know, aesthetic is an entirely different thing to actually how the ship performs in combat. So, fortunately, Zara is going to Charlie. Abruzzi, D tier. Even smaller caliber guns. Like, yes, you reload faster, but you suffer the exact same. Race, Citadel, you're a light cruiser. You're a light Italian cruiser. DPM, you're alright. Actually, she does have Hydro, though, which can make her a threat to destroyers. She doesn't get smoke. She just gets patrol fighter and Hydro. But obviously having a Hydro on an Italian cruiser is nice. Your HE is really good against destroyers. It's not SAP. It's not like the British Short Fuse AP. It's not like that. Not like it has a special perk or anything. But I mean, you have pretty decent DPM HE wise against destroyers, but kind of average, if not below average, AP DPM and HE DPM. So I think for that reason, like they're just better ships to play. They're Brozzy. They're better ships. Miyoko and Eastern Dragon. Great HE Alpha. Great fire chance. And yeah, you have the long lance torpedoes, but they are poor at angles. So great for kiting away. But just the sheer terms of DPM, it's okay. AT DPM just you can't even compete with it. But AP DPM, your AP can absolutely slap broadside cruisers, but other than that, you might as well just be loading HE to try and just set those perma fires. Just get targets to burn down. Plus, the poor angles on your torpedoes will require you to turn flat broadside to even use one rack. You will have to commit to a full turn in order to use just two of your 4 torpedo racks. And Miyoko is a very easy target to Citadel when going broadside by anything. Like a tier 6 destroyer that runs up alongside you can easily just delete you with like 15, 20 Citadel hits. So, great in terms of HE DPM, but solo carry, I think we could slot these into low B, because excuse me. So, in all honesty, these ships, they're okay. They can really get great damage over time, but these things can struggle in 1v1s against other cruisers because of their poor firing angles. They have better firing angles when retreating. So yeah, for kiting cruiser, definitely like high BA, but for solo carry, I think kind of a high C, maybe a low B. And I think that's where we'll put them. Shores, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. You have radar, which is nice. And you have the Russian 152s. So you won't be pending anything with your HE. You have a pretty low HE alpha, but you can just build for fire chance and you'll just get bullshit fire chance, which is nice. But you have the icebreaker, but you are easily overmatched on the nose, and you have obviously the raised citadel of the Russians. But you have really great shell ballistics. You obviously have radar and hydro, like I said. I think we can put Shores in B. She's a great HE and AP spammer because her flat ballistics really help when shooting at targets at longer ranges. But it just goes without saying you have to know how to position yourself correctly to use any of these ships well. So, excuse me. Kind of the sheer, like the flat ballistics really help with. I know I said that already, but just being able to hit shells on target faster at longer ranges can really help. And obviously you can just shred targets up close. And you have really great AP as well, so she's not as powerful as some, but she's better than others. Weimar, y'all are gonna hate me for this. No, Weimar's busted. If Weimar had her PC reload of 7.5 seconds, I would put Weimar in A. But for some godforsaken reason, Weimar has a 4.5 second reload with 1,255mm guns that get quarter HE pen, that can pen 38mm of armor without even having to build for it, and still have a pretty decent fire chance. Plus, your AP DPM is that of a Cleveland at tier 6. Plus, you have Hydro and 12 torpedo tubes, 6 on each side. Weimar is just busted. Weimar is broken. We all know this. current state of affairs, Weimar is just broken, completely broken. And then there were two. Cross of Dorn. She is a York with no hydro. She has speed boost and patrol fighter, but she is a York with no hydro. So she is a worse York. And then the king of tier 6, whomst we all bow down to, the Talon. This ship is the king of just sheer accuracy and AP forward shells. Just what's not to like? Huh? What is not to like about Talon? Oh, you're a Russian cruiser, so you pour me overloaded. Yeah, you still have a 40mm icebreaker. Yes, you have a 25mm bow, but most cruisers at this tier have 25mm and under of armor. You have 12 guns with pretty decent firing range, pretty decent firing angles, and you have great range. You have bullshit accuracy. You have obviously the Russian bias shells like in Citadel battleships, and you have a turtleback armor scheme. Because normally with Russian cruisers, they have raised citadels, but because Talon was going to be built off of the German heavy cruiser Lutzow, which was an Admiral Hitler class cruiser, technically whatever, history class. I'm getting too carried away in history. But just Talon, absolute monster. You have radar and hydro, bullshit accurate guns, bullshit shells. Yes, you have the low range drops. I mean, your AP is just holy bejesus. And yeah, you could say, my HE DPM. You shouldn't be firing HE in this thing. Against bound targets, alright, just know how to position yourself to get their broadside. And when they turn broadside, you'll be hitting them for like 8.5 to like 12k volleys of AP every single time. So, Talon, straight busted. It's going to get nerfed along with Weimar eventually. So current state of affairs, Talon. Talon is the king, Weimar is the queen. So yeah, that's it for the tier 6 heavy and light cruisers. Obviously with Talon, Weimar, and Belfast at S tier, absolutely busted. Then we have Helena, Fiji, and Atlanta at A tier, so really great. We have Boise, Indy, Flint, Nolans, Algerie, Charlemagne, Munich, and Shores at B tier, like above average, that's pretty good. Then we have York, Zara, Abruzzi, Miyoko, and Eastern Dragon at C tier, so could be better. Not horrifying, but they're alright. Then we have Surrey and Cross of Dorn at D tier, we're just like, not really great. And then we have the stupid cat down here at F tier, down where the Cheshire belongs, in the pit of eternal sadness and depression. So yeah, that's tier 6 heavy and light cruisers. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you all in the next video. Peace. Alright, time to get the next one set up. Turn the music back on, bruh. Nothing's wrong with Cheshire, just in terms of tier 6 ranking, it's among the bottom feeders. It's just, oh boy. You have worse armor than heavy cruisers. Like, yeah, you have great belts, but I mean, you are a floating citadel upon floating citadel. Plus, you only have 6 guns. Like, yeah, they're 234 and they're great at setting fires, but I mean, you have ships like Weimar at the tier. So, in all honesty, nothing's wrong with Cheshire. It's just, compared to the other ships at tier 6, it's just outclassed. I do agree. New Orleans does feel very weak, but I just, in terms of just the DPM with the AP, it's kind of insane. Like, yes, it's not great with the HE DPM wise, but I mean, it's got bullshit accuracy. Hello, Nariko! Hello, hello, hello. representation boat. The computer cannot kill itself. Also, yes, I agree. All carriers are F tier. They all are garbage, except Parzival, which is D tier, because it's the best of them. I feel like New Orleans could use a slight buff, either to like just DPM by like shaving a second or two off her reload. But other than that, she's in a good place. That's a great question, Noriko. I'm doing a lot of video stuff right now, so let's find a time. Now we're gonna go to presentation mode, please. Perfect. The music fade out. All right. And we are back. We have made it to the first big one that everybody's really been waiting for. And we have the Tier 6 battleships. So, off of the rip, we have the Colorado. 16-inch guns, super heavy AP. Okay accuracy, that's not insane, but it's okay. You have, I think Colorado doesn't have the same heel as North Carolina and Florida, but it's a decent heel. But I mean, and you can obviously our great at the Dreadnought Shuffle, the king of the Dreadnought Shuffle. But man, oh man, this thing eats damage because it's a standard type at Tier 6. Most other navies of the world had moved on to more modern versions of said ship, of their types of ships. Don't worry, we'll footsteps in the dark generation. Yeah, I just want to get copyright struck. Okay, Colorado. 16-inch guns are nice for overmatch, but you don't have the rail guns. You're not as accurate as NC. Okay firing angles, but I mean you're covered in 25 millimeters of armor. You eat damage wherever you go from any type of shell. And yeah, you have a torpedo belt, but I mean I believe it's only like 27 or 37%. It's not good. It's kind of poor. It's better than the NC in terms of torpedo protection, but it doesn't have as good of AA or main gun accuracy. So I think all in all, Colorado is just C tier. Could be B, but it's all right. Colorado's kind of a struggle to grind through at first, but it does teach you the American battleship playstyle, and it's having the long damage control party can be a saving grace sometimes, but it does teach you when and where to use your damage control party. NC. This is a tough one. She's either S or A. Easy S or A. 9 16-inch guns that are relatively accurate. You say B tier? She has a faster she has an average, if not slightly below average reload. So you're going to be reloading slightly faster. And you have 9 16-inch guns. Like, yeah, you could say 25 millimeter armor because every ship at the tier, except a few, I believe, have 25 millimeter bow and stern plating. You have not an improved repair party, but you do have a better heel than most other American ships. You obviously have better speed. You have insanely better AA. Yeah, I mean, but Noriko, tell me what, like, if any of these ships turn broadside, if any battleship here, excluding the Scharnhorst and Kneisen now, but we all know about those, if any of these ships here turn broadside, tell me they wouldn't also be punished as well. That's the thing. like if a Sinup is caught broadside, that thing blows up. If a Nagato gets caught broadside, that blows up. If a Nelson gets caught broadside, that blows up. So it does have a problem of getting citadel easily when caught broadside, but that goes for basically any, if not all, battleships at this tier. But knowing how to angle and knowing how to keep your momentum and knowing how to just like do a dreadnought shuffle and just angle your shells in so that they hit the belt, then this thing really works. You do have poor torpedo protection though. I believe you only have 19% compared to the Colorado's like 27 or 28, somewhere in there. So be careful with torpedoes. But yeah, I think I think she's a good A boat. She's not insanely great, but she's above average, but she's also pretty strong too. But it's just, the inconsistency of her guns. She is not the same as she is on PC. We all know this. This is a known fact. And having the lower torpedo protection kind of stabs her in the back when dealing with destroyers. But easily a great solo carry boat, great pick and ranked. Yeah, easily A tier. Florida, D tier. Only 356mm main guns, only 14 inches. You do have 12 of them, but you reload in like 35 seconds, so you still have the deal with the suffering of Tier 5 battleship reload. And you don't even get overmatch. You have an exposed citadel, you're covered in 25mm of armor, so you have the same armor scheme as North Carolina, except even worse, because you have a raised citadel for some reason. You have okay, but just you don't have the overmatch, and you have the slower reload, and that can really put you behind other ships. You know what? No, I feel like Colorado's above average. Colorado's average, but like slightly above. Florida's below, if not down. I love my games in the Florida, but you have to think of this like carrying in a solo game. You reload at 35 seconds in this thing versus like 30 or sub 30 in these two. These two have bigger guns that reload faster and have about the same. I have to be fair though. Florida does have pretty good AA. And having a 12 gun broadside is pretty nice. But it's not all the way an F, but it's like right there. It's like on it's F tier. It's on the outside looking in. Yeah, you're right. It does underperform in Legends. It does. It does have the same heal, which is nice, but the AA and the heal isn't enough to bail it out. It's just not. Especially in a world where just overmatch exists, this ship just struggles. Because against balanced targets, all you can really do is just fire HE. Because it's like, here's the question we have to ask ourselves. If she catches a target broadside, what can she do that one of these things can't do? Like, if a Florida catches an NC broadside versus an NC catches an NC broadside, like, what's the difference? Shell volume? That's it? That's it. Yeah. Florida is just rough. You're trading reload and some, like, technically an armor scheme. And the worst thing is you still have the same torpedo protection as the North Carolina. You have a 19% torpedo protection, I believe. Yeah, Strasbourg is a much better choice. If you're going with low caliber BBs, that was one point I was wanting to make. If you're gonna go with a higher, like lower caliber battleships, the French are a better choice because you either have the better reload booster, or you just have 16 guns. Yeah. KGV. I feel KGV only has 356mm main guns in giant boxy turrets that are very easy to disable, and she has very poor firing angles, but she has pretty decent armor. She has a great armor belt, obviously 25mm balanced stern, but she has a great belt. She has improved repair parties, even better than North Carolina's. Pretty okay AA, and just absolutely insane HE DPM and great short fuse AP. I think KGV is probably 8, but I feel like that would make me. Do I dare? Do I dare? Do I dare? Because there are 2, maybe 3 battleships that we would put in S tier. Yeah, we do it. Yep, we do it. KGV, she may only have 14-inch guns with poor firing angles and easy to knock turrets, but holy shit, that HE DPM is insane. Improved repair party is POG. Yeah, KGVA. Like, here's the thing, Mikasa. KGV might have shitty armor, but all the other battleships also have 25mm plating, so it's not just the uncommon exception. Like, yeah, she's a giant superstructure, but you know what else has a giant superstructure? The North Carolina does. The Colorado does. The Duke of York does. The Nelson does. The Sinop... No, not the Sinop. We all know the Sinop's bullshit. But it's like, it's not alone in terms of just, like, having that. And the improved repair party is great for dealing with HE spam, flooding, and pen damage. Of course, you all know citadel damage. It does have a protected citadel. It is an underwater citadel. Yeah, KGV is a great pick and ranked. KGV is a great ship. KGV is a great boat. Not even gonna deny. KGV belongs to me. Duke of York. I think Duke. It's hard because she trades a repair party for Hydro. And she is not really a brawling battleship or like a close-in-quarter battleship. The North Carolina's in S tier, yeah. We dare do it. But Duke of York, is it worth losing a repair party just to get Hydra? Is it worth losing a repair party just to get Hydra? I do not think so. And she has the same thing as KGB. 356mm main guns, giant boxy turrets that love to get knocked out, poor, if not, like, below average, if not poor firing angles. It's alright. Like, obviously the AP is nice, but I just don't think it's worth losing that heel just to get Hydro. I don't think that puts her above or in the same tier as the KGV. That's just me, though. Hood. Hood is a rough one, because she's not one of my personal favorites, like not one of my top 10, but she is easily a great ship that I love to play. Yeah, exactly. I'd still take the KGB over the Duke of York. But, Hood is a battle cruiser, which has battle cruiser accuracy. She has 15-inch guns, which means she can overmatch 25mm plating. So she can absolutely shred things, or basically any battleship when turned battle in. Plus the short fuse AP just absolutely liquefies cruisers, but in all reality, you shouldn't be firing AP at battleships that are angled. You should be firing your HE. Now, I could be mean and say I'm going to put Hood in C because her historical camo doesn't show her in 2 pieces. But when we look at the facts, she has poopy AA, but I mean, AA is a joke at this tier, unless you're the North Carolina or certain other 2 battleships. She has decent speed. She has the largest health pool of all the battleships. She also has access to improved repair parties. I think Hood's a good B. She's a giant target that turns like a truck, but she is really accurate. She has, in a kiting position, a ship can be extremely powerful. That's how you should play Hood, is in a kiting position. Yeah, she's not insane like North Carolina or Sinop or other, or Nelson, but she's very strong, very, very strong. Yes, but I mean, here's the thing, Rico. In up tiers, like, tell me, these ships in up tiers probably would suffer the same as Hood, if not a little more. Yeah, Hood, she's an okay pick and ranked, but if you can get into a kiting position and just fire HE against bow on targets and shoot AP against broadside. Just you have a fun time. Nelson, S tier. Super heals, 16-inch guns with bullshit HE, short fuse AP that just absolutely touches battleships that when they go broadside. Hell, like, you could probably get like 17, 18k volleys on broadside tier 7 battleships with AP in this thing. And your HE can absolutely just nuke their superstructures and set double or triple perma fires each time. Like, yeah, you could say, oh, I'm a freeboard, oh, I'm a race citadel, but she has like I believe like a 380 millimeter main belt that can just bounce shells. So if you know how to angle and just bounce, just like you should be doing in all of these battleships. You don't even need to worry about it. You just have to worry about overmatching on the nose. So just make sure you hit your shells on the belt, not the nose. But I mean, super heals, bullshit, 16-inch Royal Navy teabag dispensers. Absolutely a great ranked pick. Just all around a great boat. Love the Nelson. Nelson is a great boat. Love the Nelson. We all love the Nelson. We all know deep down, Nelson's a great boat. Leon. Well, yeah, Noriko. Yeah. She gets overmatched, but you know what else get overmatched by the 380s? The North Carolina, the Duke of York, the King George, the Hood, the Colorado, the Leon, the Florida. She's not alone in being overmatched. Overmatch exists. Basically, all except like 3 or 4 battleships overmatch each other. But yeah, like B. Yeah, she has the 330 millimeter main guns, which are pretty nice. But yeah, like she's even more of a shotgun over range. But she can absolutely pelt cruisers and battleships that turn broadside. And she still can always, if she needs to like angle, she'll always have those 2 turrets forward because the front 2 are aligned forward and the rear 2 are aligned backward. So she'll always have at least half of her firepower downrange. But it just, having those giant French turrets, she can easily lose her guns. Nope. Anything with 15-inch guns can overmatch 25mm plating, Noriko. Like, yeah, the 406s will also overmatch as well. But anything 380 millimeters and above will overmatch 25mm plating. So, yeah, Nelson's not alone. Yeah, it's no sweat. Yeah, Leon. The 16-gun broadside is nice. It is very nice, and we love seeing it on Mead Build Monday. But in solo carry potential, do I dare put it below Colorado? Do I dare put this boat below Colorado? Because I kind of feel like it, because those turrets, they can be knocked very easily because they're giant targets. She's a battle cruiser. That's something we have to keep in mind. That is a that is something that not a lot of people know of. The Leon class was, I believe she was a forward design of the Normandy class battle cruisers. So she is not a battleship. She is a battle cruiser. Yeah, she's just a Colorado. Basically, she has 16 guns, and yeah, they're only 330s, but she has 16 of them. But she is French battleship, so she suffers from HE like damage over time, and just oh boy, this ship eats damage when caught broadside. But I mean, most ships of this tier, if a battleship gets caught broadside by another battleship, we all know what happens. But yeah, I think Leon is a high C, low B. High C, low B. Better ships to play. They're just better ships to play. Oh boy. Now we get to some controversial ones. Shigeniza first. She has 380s. Really great belt armor, plus turtleback. Great secondaries and torps. But her main guns are they're consistently inconsistent. When they hit, these suckers hit. But this thing can, it suffers from the German battleship tech tree. Just I love the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. I love them so much. I love brawling. I love getting up close, up next to an enemy, just watching them squirm as my secondary shred them to pieces. But solo carry, this ship excels at brawling, but if you eat 1 or 2 torpedoes, you lose like a half or like a third or a half of your health that you can't recover back. Like, these ships excel in the late game. That's when they excel. They need to kill the HE spammers off first and then brawl in the late game. Don't just rush in with your secondaries blazing, because you will just get farmed into oblivion and torped into oblivion, and you will be absolutely pointless to play this ship. These ships are the best in the late game. Scharnhorst and Gneisenau in the late game cannot be beat, but just yeah, their guns are so inconsistent. Yeah, if Gneisenau was more accurate, she'd easily be a B, but the inconsistent main battery just kind of holds her back, because she suffers from, well, she doesn't suffer from Georgia syndrome. Well, it's technically Gneisenau syndrome. Let's be honest here, but just having a low amount of guns that are consistently inaccurate. I really want to put Gneisenau in B. I really do, but if she can't make it to the late game, she's kind of weak. Exactly, she is very weak to AG spam. That is one thing that everybody should know. Having impenetrable armor is pointless against consistent HE spam and fire. So, yeah. Scharnhorst, I feel like we can put it B tier, because she has a faster reload. She's a little bit better at dealing with destroyers. Plus, I mean, like, the faster reload kind of helps. But other than that, she's just Gneisenau with faster reloading, smaller caliber guns. She is more of a battle cruiser than Scharnhorst is. She's more maneuverable, she's tanky, she's got great secondaries and torps, and she has, like, if you go Scharnhorst accuracy build, I mean, kind of not really building into what she's for, but I know, Dorigo, you might hate me here, but thinking about solo carry, Scharnhorst is above Gneisenau, but yeah, exactly. She has more guns, which means more chances to hit the target. Now, of course, you shouldn't be going for Scharnhorst sniper build. That is, if you're going for a sniper build, why not just play NC or Synop? But this ship is going to be better at brawling because just the more guns. Plus your G-Wagon rifles. No, this ship is a G-Wagon, let's be honest. It is the G-Wagon at Tier 6. One of the best premiums in the game. Probably one of my most played ships. Yeah. Not that much better than Gneisenau, but better. Only by a little bit, though. Better ships to play at the tier, but she's alright. Nagato. Oh boy. Oh boy. Having 410s is nice. And she has roughly the same accuracy, if not slightly worse than Colorado. But she does have pretty good firing angles. Plus her AP secondaries can shred things when close. It's just rough because she suffers from Colorado's, like, not really insane accuracy, but not really great accuracy. This is rough. Because Colorado's is okay. Colorado's above average. Nagato, though, she basically is just the carbon copy of Colorado, but for the Japanese Navy. Yeah, I think Colorado and Nagato both are in C tier. They're slow. They're not fat. Like they don't have the speed. That's something that's critical, having speed and agility. And these ships, the Colorado has at least decent agility. Nagato, it's eh. It's eh. Not that much worse, but it's eh. Yeah. Kind of on the lower side for HP pool. Like, the 410s are nice. Like I said, they're roughly the same accuracy as Colorado, but in a game where speed and positioning is key, these ships have to choose where they go like 5 or 10 minutes in advance. They have to plan 5 or 10 minutes in advance because it will take them that long to get to that position. And yeah. Like, if you stick any of these, yeah, if you stick either of these in a good position, they're all right. But man, whew, yeah, I would rate them higher, but we all know, we all know, we all know. Yeah, but NC has more guns, better AA, and better maneuverability. So okay. And I'm taking into consideration not running gyrating Jobit. So, like, this is without the minus 10% speed buff. So ships will actually go at the speeds that they are supposed to go at. It just has a lower HP pool. That hurts. That hurts. Because I think Nagato, with the first hull, only has 50,000 HP, which is less than some tier 5 battleships. So until you get that second hull, this ship can be a struggle to play because it's just a low HP pool. I'm not going to put it above Colorado. I can't put it above Colorado. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm sorry. Ashitaka. So she has 10 410s. She is a first hull version of the Amagis. Her broadside is really nice, and she obviously has the AP secondaries, but man, talk about a floating broadside, or floating hunk, like a target barge, if there ever was one. She's a giant target like Hood, but even worse, because she's a battle cruiser too. I don't think she has great firepower, which is great for a battleship, but all she has is like a slightly above average speed because she's a battle cruiser, and the 10 410s. Yeah, I know Noriko. Exactly. It also has the 3 turrets in the stern instead of the 3x3 with A and B turrets. It has 1, 2, and then 3, 4, and 5. So no. Yeah, I think we can easily, these two can go up here because Noriko does have a point. NC is about the same speed. Like, if you take gyrating Jobits off, she'll be faster, but these ships at least have consistent or somewhat more consistent accuracy than Ganai's now, and I think that can also slide them above there. Like, yeah, they're target barges if there ever was one, because I mean their freeboards are enormous, but yeah, Hood has the most HP at the tier. I want to push Ashitaka in B, but you have to know what you're doing. You can't just sail around broadside with all your guns to bear. Solo carry potential, okay, like she's a B, but in ranked, she's kind of a low C. So she'll be like in between. She's like a high C. I think that's where Ashitaka will be, a high C. Ignis Purgatio and Ragnarok. Do we even? Well, I'm not trying to have Spartans in Noriko. I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to look at it, the facts. Like, Yeah, yeah, Ashitaka is a battle cruiser, but the majority of her firepower is in the aft, meaning she either has to make a broadside turn to bring it to bear, or take up a kiting position in a battle cruiser, but it's not like she's going to be that much faster than other battleships. So, taking her out of position to bring the majority of her firepower to bear can kind of hurt when positioning. So, I'm not hating on the Japanese. It's just looking at the ships in this tier, there are better ships to play, and they just so happen to be the British and American ships. But I think we can all agree Ignis and Ragnarok are D, if not F tier. Because they are Nagatos with B hull, so they only have 50,000 HP. They get main battery reload booster. Their guns do reload pretty fast. Their guns reload in like 23 seconds. They have like Bismarck levels of reload on their main guns. I think that's better. Because, like, yeah, they're 410s. So, like, Florida has a lower gun. Florida just has a pretty good broadside. She's just a worse Leon. I don't think she's that much worse, because her AA is pretty decent. Because these things have, like, non-existent AA. Non-existent AA. These ships are all cosmetics. That's all these two are. That's all they are. Their commanders are nice for certain, like, meme builds, but other than that, these ships are floating hunks of junk. Floating hunks of junk. Okay. Synop. I'm going to talk about it. Synop's S. Synop's S. Even after the nerf. The nerf was to her group. That's actually rough, though. Synop used to be S tier. I gotta hydrate real fast. Let me grab my water bottle. Sin OP. Sin OP. I want to put her in S. But after playing her after the nerf, that nerf to her grouping was noticed. And her alpha. Synop used to be complete S tier above everything else. That icebreaker is still really great, especially when in Bowen. Synop is probably the king of playing in like a Bowen or slightly angled position, because that icebreaker can really save. But it's all about damage control management and knowing when and where to use your limited damage control parties. Well, Noriko, that's because you've never faced a Bowen Synop with an island protecting its broadside shooting at you from like 12 kilometers with will to rebuild on. I do think after the nerf, still has the second highest damage pool and greater armor. That is fair. Russian battleships, they have that insane armor and the bullshit accuracy under 12 kilometers. Now, yes, we know she was recently nerfed, but just having that high HP pool and tanky armor, like, yes, she still is going to suffer from HE spam, but she has basically very little superstructure to farm. Yep. She has very little superstructure to farm. Like, obviously, if she's caught broadside, she's going to blow up, but I mean, most ships at this tier, it's going to have similar situations. Not going to be as bad as Synop or Nelson, but, you know, that's if somebody doesn't know what they're doing or they've just been caught in a drive-by. But, yeah. That nerf to the grouping was noticed. So I'd say high A, low S. High A, low S. Still a great ship. Very tanky. Very, very hard-hitting. Great HP pool. You just have to position yourself correctly. Like, the Russian battleships are the king of positioning. If you position themselves correctly, these ships are monsters. If you position them incorrectly, these ships are the easiest ships in the world to destroy. Yeah. Poltava, D tier. The ship is inconsistent with the main guns. It is a floating citadel, very easily overmatched. It's a giant target. I mean, the freeboard. Like if you just look from the bulkhead to where the front of the bow is, from the bow to the forecastle, this ship is just an absolute barge. It's a great icebreaker. I'll give it that, but just inconsistent on the main guns can kind of hurt her. Is Poltava is inconsistent. C or D. C or D. Limited damage control parties. Obviously the one less heal, but you know it still has an icebreaker. It's a high D, low C, because she only has 356, so it's the same caliber as Florida. Yeah, you don't get into the nuke, but you have to think about the caliber. It's one of the two. It's one of the two. If Poltava's guns were more consistently accurate, I'm not saying the ship is inaccurate, I'm saying it is not consistently accurate. I could see it being in mid-C. Like, just look at the facts. She has 356mm main guns. Yeah, I agree with that, Chuck. It's a high D, low C. High D, low C. In the right hands, it could easily be like a high C, low B. But just average, like, think about this. You are an average player playing solo in either ranked or standard. What are you going to pick based on this tier list? Like, what are you going to pick of the ships in this pool? Poltava is not going to be in your top 5, let alone top 10 choices, because of gun caliber and maneuverability. High D, low C. I'll put her ahead of Florida to please you. Okay, Strasbourg. This ship has grown on me. I do have to admit. Exactly. You pick a random ship because you potato anyway. Yes, that is correct. Strasbourg has grown on me because she is covered in 25mm plating, so she is overmatched. Like, obviously, it's the main belt, but even on the outside of the main belt, that is 25. But she has great speed. She has relatively okay accuracy, and she obviously has main battery reload booster. I forget, does she get speed boost? If she does get speed boost, she's a high B. Because being able to sit bow in or slightly angled with all your firepower to front is very nice. Especially if you can create a lane between two islands. That's the way you want to play the French bow tankers. Just, she does have speed boost? Oh, yeah. She doesn't have a high caliber gun, so facing bow and targets is going to be a very rough experience. But pretty decent accuracy, main battery reload booster, and speed boost. Like, you use the speed boost early to get to your position. You hold your ground, maybe fall back. So that way you're not playing too aggressive, but you get to your position early. You hold your position, then you push in after you've killed them all. Yeah, exactly. She's fast. She's a fast battleship. My personal bias is going to take over. Because it's low caliber, but fast velocity, hard hitting AP. Obviously, if you lose a turret, you lose you lose half of your firepower. But yeah, I think she's an easy B. B if not A. B if not A. If she had, I know this is asking like a dumb question, but if she had a higher caliber, she'd easily be an A. But that low caliber, she's a cruiser killer. That's what the Strasbourg is. Strasbourg and Dunkirk were created to counter the Deutschland-class heavy cruisers. So, very agile. Yeah, very fast, very agile. Great cruiser killers. Very, very good cruiser killers. No, she doesn't have speed boost, but I mean, even then, she still is very fast. Like, she's faster than most ships at the tier, which is great. Thank you for correcting me, Choki. But yeah, I just think with the speed and the ability to, like I said, she's a cruiser killer. I said this already, but these ships are cruiser killers. French ships are cruiser killers. They're battle cruisers at heart, so they're designed to kill cruisers. Yeah, exactly. She doesn't need speed boost. So against battleships, unless they turn broadside, you're gonna struggle. So it can hurt when dealing with bow and targets, but you just use your speed to just get out of there and position themselves to get on their broadside. So yeah, the armor and her low caliber kind of hold her back, but other than that, easy, high B, low A. You mean, exactly, that is true. She does suffer from overpen syndrome, sadly. Yeah, I think that's it. I would move Florida down to F, but, 12-gun broadside is pretty nice. Plus, you have decent AA. And that, like, these ships have, they have 410s, but their guns are inaccurate at best. They have low HP. They have non-existent AA. And they have no armor. Like, for the battleships, they have poor armor. So, yeah. Ignis and Ragnarok, I'm sorry. The meme ships have to go down. Poltava and Florida at D. I think we all saw that coming. Leon, Gunais, and Ashitaka at C. They're okay. They're not great. They're okay. Hood, Duke of York, Scharnhorst, Strasbourg, Colorado, and Nagato at B tier. Above average. Okay. Like, they're above average. Then we have King George V at A. Great HE spammer, but also really potent AP. Better heals, too. And then S tier, Sinop, Nelson, and North Carolina. I think we all could have agreed on those on the top 3, if not top 4. Yeah, that's it. All right. Thank you all for watching the Tier 6 battleships. And I'll see you all in the next video. Peace. All right. Let's go ahead and get Tier 7 battleships on the road. Name me a ship that doesn't suffer from overpen syndrome. I got 5 overpens on a hip or Stalingrad. I'm like, yep. No, I'm not going anywhere, Axis. I still got 4 more tech trees to do, so don't even worry about it. So let me go ahead and get the screen up. Let's get some music going. What song should I make y'all listen to? Ooh, this is a good song. Just need YouTube to load.
It's too dark in here. I need to get out.
Eminem to that. Alright. Before I bring up my next tech tree, which is Tier 7 destroyers, who here in chat agrees with me? They need to bring the German battle cruisers and make a British battle cruiser tech tree line. And they do it in May, around the Jutland anniversary, and they make it like a Jutland themed update. So you can have you have Derflingers, Salitzes, like the Prince Ruprecht would be the Tier 7. And then you have like Princess Royal, you have Indefatigable, Queen Mary, and then like Princess Royal, and then you can have like Tiger, Lutzow, and Agincourt as premiums. I think that sounds like a great idea. That's just me. I might be asking for too much by asking them to add the German battle cruisers and make a British battle cruiser line. You know, you can only ask. Is it really that loud? My bad. I have it. I forget that it takes the desktop audio into effect and not the It doesn't take into effect the YouTube audio. So, all right, I'll say what I said again. Who here agrees that they need to have a Jutland themed update in May, where they bring us the German battlecruiser line, and then they create a British battlecruiser tech tree line. So it'll be like Derflinger, Seydlitz, like Mackensen, and then Prince Ruprecht. And then for the British, it would be like Indefatigable, Queen Mary. It's still loud? God damn. God damn stupid YouTube audio. But oh well. Sorry for the music. I'm still getting used to this. I haven't done this in like 6 months. Alright, perfect. So, I'll say it again. Crap, I forgot what I was thinking. Wait, I got it. Jutland update in May. So we have a British battlecruiser tech tree line added, and then they bring the German battlecruiser line from PC in, obviously modified for Legends. And then they have like Agincourt at its premium at tier 4, because it's a tier 5 on PC. Like they do the whole Jutland themed update. I think that'd be pretty cool. Well, yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Just make it like a Jutland themed update. I think that would be a great idea in May. I might be asking too much, but I'm not going to stop them. Alright. Sorry, Billy. We're going to move on to the next tech tree. Tier 7 destroyers. Uh-oh. Well, yeah, the Germans on PC, they are kind of trash, but I mean, the secondary is the potential. And I'm also saying for like the historical value as well. Like, how cool would it be? Like, I know training rooms are, they're so far away, but how cool would it be to see like Derflingers, Seydlitzes, Queen Marys, Princess Royals, and Tigers sailing around, or possibly even like G4s as well, sailing around in Legends. I think that'd be pretty cool. That's just me, though. Okay. Tier 7 destroyers. Let's get it on. Alright. So, first off, we have the Fletcher. Great DPM. Insanely good DPM. I believe it probably either some of the best, if not the best, HE DPM for all destroyers. Fast turning turrets. I guess you have the slow shell speed. Just full DPM. I guess you have 5x2 torpedoes, which are really just best for area denial at best. Like, yeah, they could still touch battleships, but they're not the insanely nuclear Japanese torpedoes or the like super fast Frenchies or the fast reloading Germans. They have a long reload. They're slow. They're not the slowest, but they're pretty slow. They have okay range. But yeah, just the sheer DPM of the Fletcher just cannot be matched. Like, Fletcher can just dominate gunfights. She also has some of the best AA for destroyers at the tier. Like, only Akazuki and Friesland beat her out in terms of AA. And technically ZF6 if you run defensive AA, but I don't know why you'd want to run defensive AA on a boat that really needs a smoke screen, because it's slow. But just the sheer DPM, the extended smoke screen, pretty decent maneuverability. I think that just Fletcher easily slides into S tier, especially for Legends. Lightning. So, for me personally, Lightning is another S tier. Because she's a traditional destroyer playstyle with Hydro, Great Smoke, 360-degree turrets. She has poor torpedo angles, but she can single launch them. Now, I think Lightning's an S2, because the 360-degree turrets will always assure that you have all 6 guns on target at all time. That Hydro makes it great for popping in and out of concealment. Well, the smoke makes it great for popping in and out of concealment. The Hydro is great for hunting down ships that have pop smoke. And you have 8 torpedoes that you can single launch in a conga line of death. So fighting bound targets isn't really that hard. Plus, you have a pretty decent fire chance and great reload, so you can always deal with them efficiently. And yeah, Lightning's a great ship. Easily a great solo carry. Easily a great solo carry. If there's one thing I'd say, it's just she is very maneuverable, but she is slow. She is one on the slower side of the destroyers because she doesn't have access to speed boost. But she's very maneuverable, which is a great thing. But she can be outpaced by other destroyers in terms of speed. So that's where those quick acting smokes can come to save the day and help her just disengage really fast. But all in all, I mean, great boat for contesting a cap. Great ranked pick. These two are probably some of the best picks for ranked destroyers. LaFantasque. LaFantasque used to be S. We all can agree on that. Main battery reload booster on the 139mm. I think they're 59 caliber. So they have pretty decent velocity. Very powerful main guns. Great torpedoes. But not having that smoke can kind of hurt. She can obviously go super fast. But here's the thing with the French destroyers. They need that reload booster to do their DPM. They need their reload booster. With it, they'll have like a 2.5 second reload, and they can absolutely just chew through whatever they're shooting at. But as soon as that main battery reload booster is gone, they are dealing with a 5.5 to like 6 second reload. Now, they're still going to hit whatever they're shooting at pretty hard, but it's just that long reload can really hurt in gunfights. It's like they rely on their main battery reload booster to win a 1v1 against certain tier 7 destroyers, i.e. a Fletcher, a Friesland, a Nakazuki. I mean, hell, even a ZF6. But she has great torpedoes. I know they did get nerfed, but she still has great torpedoes, great speed, pretty decent range, and pretty high alpha damage. But just having that lack of portable concealment and all in all, just like lack of utility. Like, very great at playing in the open water. Don't get me wrong. These ships in the open water, holy crap, they can just dodge. But if they don't have a speed boost up and they've already used their main battery reload booster, they're basically playing a worse version of basically a more stealthy version of a Russian destroyer. So very rewarding. It's a very rewarding play style to play the French destroyers because they're very fast. But yeah, exactly. She's a great boat, but she's basically going to be outgunned if she doesn't have her main battery reload booster up. So in terms of ranked, when there's only one destroyer, if she can engage that one destroyer in a 1v1, she has a very good chance of winning that fight. But all in all, in terms of utility, all she has is speed boost. And yes, main battery reload booster, but that's not really utility. That's a one-time use. And that speed boost, it helps you to get either, if you use go all out, you'll get under 5 kilometer concealment easily. But as soon as you go down, you're going to have like a 5.6, 5.7 concealment. So you're going to be outspotted. You're going to be out DPM'd by basically any other destroyer. So I feel like she's still barely an A. She is a low A, high B. Because she's going to be outgunned by, like you said, Lewis, by basically any other destroyer. She's just going to be out DPM'd. Very powerful boat, though. Very fast, very agile, hard-hitting guns. Like, cruisers have to be careful against these things because these 139s can hurt. Yeah. No. B. High B. I'm not going to put her in A. There are ships definitely better than La Fantasque, such as Z23. Now, before you all convict me of heresy and burn me at the stake, just hear me out. So she has 5 150s that are very, very punchy with AP, and she does have quarter pen. Her torps have kind of low range. Yeah, exactly, Mikasa. You can just turn her away and just disengage. But yeah, she's Z23. She has speed boost, hydro, smoke. So very great utility. Now she's not going to be as maneuverable as the Fletcher or the Lightning. She's not going to be as fast as most destroyers, and she has very poor gun traverse. It's not like horrible levels, like Pensacola levels of gun traverse. But yeah, Z23 just has more utility to use, and she's stronger with your utility. Like in a cap, there are very few things that you want to engage, that you want to challenge a Z23 that is in smoke with hydro pop. Because yeah, her torps, they may not be the fastest, and yeah, they may not have the most range, but you can throw them out like every 70 seconds. They're very fast reloading torps. That's the perk of the German torpedoes. They're not going to be the fastest. They're not going to have the most range, but they have a fast reload, and they have pretty decent damage. But yeah, Z23 can really go toe-to-toe with a lot of destroyers, even some legendary tier destroyers, if she can position herself correctly. They're just the utility usage, high HP pool, and the great AP of the German destroyers really puts her in A. Oh boy, this one's gonna hurt. Paolo Emilio. This ship is all for the memes. Because she has a long reload on her main guns, like at least 6 seconds. That's without standard fall or adrenaline rush have you. Her torpedoes, they're the Russian type of torpedoes where they're within your concealment. So it's all for the YOLO. That's the way you play the YOLO. It's all for YOLOing. It's not really a great solo carry boat because the ship can. It's exactly. Well, that's if you're just going full torp and stealth build choky. With my build, it's around like a 7 or 8 second. But yeah, like even then, that's you're going to be out DPM'd. There are very few things going to be as fast as you. Plus, with the amount of torpedoes, like you almost have the same torpedo alpha as Shimakaze's. So you can absolutely just, if you can successfully YOLO, you can take out like 2 or 3 ships easily and like trade all or just about all your hit points. But this ship, in terms of a solo carry, it's got poor concealment. It's got great speed, but long reload on its guns. It's very fast, but it's kind of got a larger turning circle because it's just a giant destroyer. Got the crawling smoke, obviously, which is very nice. And, like, yeah, your torpedoes are short range, but you can use that crawling smoke to get in close. If you could take ships one at a time, like take a battleship one at a time that doesn't have hydro, you YOLO it, you get out of there, you disengage, you let your smoke recover, then maybe, but I love the Paolo Emilio. It's one of my favorite ships in the game to play because I love just charging in with a smoke pop and just going straight for those torps. But in terms of a solo carry boat in both ranked and standard, it's not there. I might even consider putting it into F. I'm like considering it heavy because it's got poor DPM, very, very poor concealment. All it's got going for it is the torpedoes, the torpedo damage, the crawling smoke, and the speed, and that's it. She's a low D, low D. Akazuki, A, S tier. Holy crap, this thing is an absolute monster when it comes to DPM. This thing shits out shells so fast. it's as fast as, if not faster than, the Fletcher, with 8 100mm guns. This thing, I believe it's the highest AP DPM of all the destroyers. I think it's even fast. It's even more than the ZF6 with reload booster. This thing shreds. It can even shred destroyers with AP. This thing can have its AP rounds fully armed on destroyers, and that can be kind of terrifying if you're in a gearing, or if you're in like a Russian destroyer like a Cabo or Tashkent. You also have one. I believe Akizuki has a quad launcher of torps. She also could have a quintuple, but I believe it's a quad. And they are long lances, so they'll do like 20k damage, and they have 10 kilometers of range, which is nice. But this ship is very slow, it's very sluggish, and it's a very easy target to shoot. It has okay AA. Like I said, it's better than Fletcher in terms of anti-aircraft, but not by much, but by a little. But holy crap, this thing is a DPM demon. If you see one of these things, be careful. Play it perfectly, because this thing will just shit out shells so fast it'll make a freeze. This thing is probably one of the few destroyers in the game, like besides Fletcher, that can easily take on a Friesland in a 1v1 and win. Yeah, exactly. This thing is just, it's a monster destroyer hunter. There's the king of DPM. Oh yeah, this ship is amazing. I need to do a lot more videos on Akizuki, or just in general play a lot more Akizuki, because holy shit, this holy ship, this ship is insane. Kagero, I think she's a solid B tier, because in terms of spotting, she's great, because she's stealthy. She's stealthy as shit. But like it's the same thing with Akatsuki. This ship lives and dies by its concealment. Yeah, exactly. Friesland can only match Akazuki with reload. But with Kagero, it lives and dies by its concealment. That's speed boost and smoke, but you can switch out the smoke for torpedo reload booster. But you're better off with smokes that we can actually use your guns. Because with torpedo reload booster, you have no way of just quickly disengaging unless you're close to an island. So the ship like I said, the ship lives and dies by its concealment. It's got the great HE alpha, and it's got powerful torpedoes. But if caught in a 1v1 by, say, a Fletcher and Akizuki, if it misses its torpedoes, it doesn't even stand a chance. It's just going to be outgunned. Now, torpedo-wise, it's much stronger than almost every boat here. It's probably the best torpedo boat, the best tech tree torpedo boat in the game. Probably only beaten by, like, Akatsuki and Fubuki in terms of tier for tier. But yeah, it's got great torpedoes, great HE alpha, and great stealth, but it's got lower HP, kind of poor turret setup. We're ranking them in terms of like solo carry potential Mikasa. It's kind of similar to what Flamu was doing. So it's like, you are an average player, you're going into a normal standard game or a normal ranked game. And while the ship is great for spotting, great for dumping torps in the water, and it has the great HE alpha, when caught by any other destroyer, it's going to lose a gunfight. It needs to land a torpedo in order to really win a gunfight, or at least engage a destroyer that has a low amount of health remaining to really win the fight. So, Kagero is fun for torpedoing, but that's really where the strength of it ends. Just staying stealthy and dropping torpedoes. Yudachi, even more so. Smoke, speed boost, torpedo reload. She actually... No. This ship it's a Shiratsuyu with torpedo reload booster and smoke and speed boost. But it has low HP. This ship is even more, it has even less HP than the Kagero does. But having smoke and torpedo reload booster is nice. And you can just shit out 16 nuclear torpedoes easily. So it's the same thing as Hero. It lives and dies by concealment. It's going to lose a gunfight unless it hits a torpedo. So it's another C tier in terms of solo carry. Because like these ships are great at torpedoing, but it's just like when it comes down to it, you need to be able to kill destroyers in order to really carry as a solo player. Because if the enemy DDs know what they're doing and they're winning a flank or they're challenging your capital ships, and it comes down to you, it's going to be up to you to kill them. And there are just certain ships to be careful. Well, if you have a 40-second reload on Kagero, what's your range, Noriko? Like 8 kilometers, 7 kilometers? Is it with Nasaburo, the Halloween commander? Yeah, like the average Kagero does not have a 40-second torpedo reload. It probably has like a minute 17 or something, somewhere along those lines. Yeah, just they live and die with their concealment. Low HP, great torpedoes, great HE alpha, but other than that, when it comes to a 1v1 versus a Fletcher or a Nakazuki, it's going to lose a gunfight. Gunzo, nice. Tashkent, okay. Great fire starter, great AP. It has really great range for a destroyer too. It has really good gun range. No, because we're just doing all the ships. But yeah, great DPM, great range, great fire starting chance. Yes, it has torpedoes, but you really shouldn't be prioritizing your torpedoes in this thing because it has the same guns as Kaba. It doesn't have the 50mm armor plate that Kaba does, but you have more speed and you are more maneuverable. You can also slot heal on it, which is a great help which is a great help when fighting enemy destroyers or dealing with something like secondaries. This ship is great when out on a flank. Yeah, I agree. Tashkent is a very hard ship to play. It is very similar to the French destroyers, but even more so. You need to stay in the open water, go out on a flank, stay away from the capture circle, and just attract enemy fire and use your insanely fast speed and agility to just dodge incoming fire and just eat salvos. That's really the way you want to play Tashkent. Just set everybody on fire on the flank. Just draw the enemy's attention to you and away from your potato teammates, and you can just win games like that. It's not, like I said, in terms of ranked gameplay, it's like a C, because you really need to be contesting caps, and this ship is more of a light cruiser than it is a destroyer. But it still can hold its own in a gunfight against the Fletcher and Akazuki. But it's definitely felt with that lack of concealment. It is definitely felt. But yeah, overall, ship's an easy B. It's a great open water gunboat. Very few things can challenge it. Its AP can absolutely shred light cruisers. Friesland. The ship is either a high A or a low S, because the sheer DPM is insane, but that lack of torpedoes can kind of hurt you in knife fighting scenarios where you can't gun the target down. Because yeah, you have 360-degree turrets, and like yeah, you're a tougher ship, so for some reason I don't know what exactly that means for Legends. I still don't know. I think it just means you can take more damage, or you saturate faster or something, or you have enough armor to shatter HE. So you're a great destroyer to just farm, but I mean, great cap contester with hydro and speed boost, and you have a long smoke. It's not American long, but it's still pretty long. But just it's missing those torpedoes. It really is, because that's area denial. Yeah, exactly. It's great in a gunfight, and still has plenty of utility, but it lacks that area denial. It lacks that area denial. Because in a cap, like you have to either sit back because you're going to be outspotted because you aren't going to be stealthy. great DPM, great smoke, great utility. I think even though it doesn't have torpedoes, I think Friesland still is going to be an S, just because of exactly. If the Friesland gets rushed, bye-bye. And I don't think it can pull a trade-off in that scenario because it doesn't have torpedoes to trade with. I think, Friesland is a low A. So it's a very strong ship, don't get me wrong. This ship is an insane thing. Do not try and challenge this in a 1v1 and really in any destroyer, unless you're an Akazuki or a Fletcher with great positioning. But you have to know where to position yourself to farm and where the enemy destroyers are, because those are what you're going to dominate. Yeah. But solo carry potential, we all know, we've all watched the videos of all the CCs, and all of us wannabe CCs playing in this ship when it came out. And it's a very strong ship, but I just think that lack of area denial kind of comes back to haunt the Friesland. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, in that situation, there was like, if any other destroyer is caught in that scenario, it's exactly the same. It's hard to just keep one ship out because of area denial, but it also has great anti-air. That's another great thing. It has insanely good anti-air. This thing can shred planes. Then you can also target Friesland's guns, because it only has 4 guns. Yeah, it's a great ship, insanely good DPM, great utility, but it has a low amount of guns. Like, yeah, you'll always be able to have all 4 on target with 360, but low amount of guns, no torpedoes, and I just think that holds it back from being an S. Like I said, insanely great DPM. Yeah, I agree. But, man. Yeah, Friesland can hold its own in Legendary tier. That's something we have to account for. It's being up-tiered. For right now, I'll keep Friesland in A, but I might move it up to S later on. Heesun Yang, C if not D. It's got okay DPM, not anything insane, because it's a Benson with it is the USS Benson, but it's had turret 53 removed. It has deep water torpedoes, so good luck trying. Well, you're not even going to be able to counter destroyers with your torpedoes. It's all about battleships. You can slot in radar, but then you give up your smoke screen. You have an okay concealment, not anything insanely good. The ship is better in divisions. Like, if this was rating division boats, Heesun Yang would be A, possibly even S. But solo, like, giving up smoke just to get radar for the last 15 seconds isn't really worth it. And your deep water torpedoes can only hit battleships. So, like, the only way you can take down enemy DD is with your guns. Your guns are still good, but exactly. It's a better division boat than it is a solo boat. Not at the end of the day. Like, in a high destroyer game, this ship suffers. This ship absolutely suffers. In a high battleship game, as long as you don't get caught out by the one enemy destroyer like the one cruiser, you'll be fine. But it's a better division boat than it is a solo boat. Lo Yang. So Lo Yang, insanely good hydro. 5.4 kilometer hydro allows you to stealth hydro, so that's insane. Once again, it's the same 4x1 gun configuration. No, Lo Yang was USS Benson, my bad. Heesun Yang was a Gleech class. Yeah. That's another thing, like, if you look at tier for tier, just like Heesun Yang is a Gleaves class, technically a Benson, but it's versing Fletchers and Akazukis and Lo Yangs and Frieslands. in a solo situation, it's not going to win that fight. It'll put up a great fight, but like all it has is its guns against enemy destroyers. So for that reason, I'm putting it in low D. It still could easily be a C tier against, like it's C when high battleships, but the average game we all know had at least 3 destroyers, possibly even 4. So it's going to be in D tier. Division play, A, solo, D. Lo Yang, insane hydro. It has speed boost and smoke, so it's great utility. It has torpedoes. Now you have to choose between having like 16k damage per torp with only like a 6.4 kilometer range and like 60 knot speed, or you can have like the 12k damage torps that go 11 kilometers, but they only go like 50 knots. So having that choice between torps is nice, but you definitely want to be using the former. Because, well, actually, now with Lo Yang, you really should be prioritizing using your hydro on a cap. Because you can stealth hydro destroyers, and you can really put up a good fight because you have really good DPM. But here's the thing. I feel like if I put Lo Yang in S, Friesland has to go in S2 because of the sheer DPM. Because I believe Friesland is second only to Akazuki, or possibly like third to Fletcher and then Akazuki in terms of AP DPM for destroyers at tier 7. But I don't know. I do not know. It does have a long smoke screen, which is nice. It is a very powerful boat. It is a great boat in ranked. Lo Yang is probably one of the strongest boats to play in ranked. Solo, though, it can be hard, because if you miss your torps, your guns are very nice. They have a decent fire chance, but you only have 4 of them. And it can be hard to farm down large targets, especially like battleships or like even up tiered against like Yamis or GKs. It can be tough to farm them. You have enough range to do it, but yeah, I just feel like each has the one thing holding it back. With Friesland, just the lack of the area denial, and really just the lack of low firepower and the lack of flexibility. Like all you are is just a DPM machine. You have to just keep shooting. If you don't shoot, why are you not playing? Like why not play a Kagero or an Akazuki or something else that has torpedoes? So you're just not going to be shooting your guns. It's just a waste of the firepower. With Lo Yang, you have to choose between having short range or long range torps, where at the short range you're only going to be effective in YOLO situations or against destroyers, or you have the long range torps, which just are going to be great at setting floods, but that's really about it. Yeah, like I'm not saying that these are bad. Friesland and Lo Yang are insanely good ships, but I just don't think they can compare to Fletcher, Lightning, and Akazuki. Oh boy, ZF6. I think she's a solid B. She has an okay AA suite, really good AP, like insanely good AP. Your AP, I believe, 9 times out of 10 it can arm on destroyer, like gearing. I know it can arm on gearing. I know for a fact it can arm on Tashkents and Kabas. I haven't been able to see. I haven't tried it out too much on destroyers though, because I just try to knock their in-caps. Like I try to in-cap their module. But reload booster is nice. You only have 8 kilometer torps, but you shoot them out every 60 seconds basically, so you can keep shitting out torps. That reload boost, like your AP poses a threat to really anything. Any target that gives you broadside is like your AP is going to be monstrous against, especially like cruisers. Yeah, ZF6 is either a high B or a low A. It is very slow. It does suffer like the ZF6, the Z23. It's very sluggish. It's a large target. Kind of eats damage. It does have speed boost, but of course, like most destroyers at this tier also have speed boost. So it's not as fast and it's not as maneuverable. It's got great AP DPM and HE DPM. Yeah, exactly. With the main battery reload booster, it's nice, but it's the same situation as Le Fantasque. With the reload booster, holy crap, that thing's, you don't want to challenge that. But without it, you could easily take it down in a 1v1. So this ship is a low A. I'm gonna put it as high B. like the highest in B. And then last but not least, Udaloy. Actually, that is a fair point. You still have a fairly easy reload. It's definitely not S, because it has a short smoke screen, as the German smoke. Reloads, and slightly faster, but it only lasts like 70 seconds, so kind of a shit smoke screen. That, yeah. ZF6 is the lowest in A. The lowest in A. Udaloy. For me personally, I think it's in C, because it has heal, smoke, and speed boost, but it suffers the same as Tashkent. It has a very large profile. It's a very large target. It's not great concealment. Yeah, it has a lot of torpedoes, but you're going to be seen coming from a mile away. You have the same guns as Tashkent and Kava, which is great. That's really good in 1v1s versus other destroyers. But in terms of ranked, it's going to be outspotted, and it's not as fast as Tashkent. Tashkent's just better in the open waters, where her high concealment or her low concealment kind of helps her. Like, it's negated by just her speed in the open water. This thing has the same concealment, or just about, but it's not as fast, and it's not really designed to play in the open water. It's more of a torpedo boat. But there are better torpedo boats to play, i.e. the Kigero and Dachi. And hell, even like some of these ships. They're just better things. Well, that is true. ZF6 does have really fast torps. Exactly. Yeah, ZF6 is low A. Definitely low A. But Udaloy, I'm sticking with C. Like, she just has poor concealment. She's not good in the open water. Like, yeah, she has heal and speed boost and smoke, which is great. It's, like I said, it's utility is a big thing I will take into account. But man, oh man, this thing cannot go in the open water. It can't gunboat in the open water for too long, especially against other battleships. Like, against DPM cruisers, all these things suffer, but I mean especially Udaloy. It's just such a large target. I'm not saying it's a bad boat, but just in the presence of all these destroyers, it just doesn't compare. So Udaloy goes in the Charlie. It has okay torpedoes, and yeah, it has heal and speed boost and smoke. Yep. It just is outclassed by all these ships up here. And yeah, that's it for the Tier 7 destroyers. We have Fletcher, Lightning, and Akizuki leading the way at S tier. And we have very tightly contested Alpha A tier with Friesland, D23, Loyang, and ZF6. And then in Bravo tier, we have LeFantasque and Tashkent. In C tier, we have Kagero, Udachi, and Udaloy. And then in D tier, we have Paolo Emilio and Hisenyang. So yep, that's it for Tier 7 destroyers. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Peace out. Alright, on to our next tech tree. We have 3 more to go. Tier 7 cruisers, Tier 7 battleships, and then Legendary tier. And then we're done. Go and get the music going again.
I took the good times, I'll take the bad times, I take you just the way you are. Don't go trying some new fashion, don't change the color of your hair. You always have my unspoken passion, although I might not seem to care.
Play that stick with who is sure. Share. I don't know who that is. Is that, oh, Sheer. Oh, I'm dumb. Sheer. Okay. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, that makes sense. I do something similar with Kleber sometimes, where I have like 2 reload boosters and 4 speed boosts, which is kind of pog. But yeah. Yep. Yep. Sheer. It just took me a minute. Damn. I meant for this to be like a under hour thing, and if we're approaching 3 hours, so this is probably be like a 4 or 5 hour stream. But that's alright. Get plenty of videos from it. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16, 21, looks like. If I got my math correctly, 21 21 cruisers. Alright, Billy. Let's go ahead and get back to it. Alrighty. So, first up, we have Baltimore. Great pick for ranked. Probably one of the best cruisers to pick for ranked. Great utility, heal, hydro, and radar. Yes, it's only 9 kilometer radar, but you either have the Russians with 11.7 in 20 seconds, or the American or Allied with 9 kilometers in like 30 seconds. So, super heavy AP, improved pen angles, absolutely insane DPM, but obviously like only 27 millimeter plating, and she's constantly overmatched by any battleship. But I mean, if you position Balti in a good position, she can be an absolute nightmare to deal with. She has okay AA. It's not anything to write home about, but it's alright. It's American AA. It can deal with some attacks, not a lot of sustained attacks, especially after dealing with like certain HE spam. Yep, we're on to cruisers now. God, Balti is like so close to my heart. I really want to put her in S. I might do it. I might do it. I very much might. Look at where we have to go. I might do it. All right, we'll put Balti in S, because it's the great AP DPM, the great HE show. Like her AP is a nightmare for anybody to face. Like she can consistently Citadel cruisers at like 11 or 12 kilometers. I'm like consistently doing it. Like, yeah, Riga can do it, but I mean like consistently doing it, especially against light cruisers. Cleveland, same thing. The Holy Mother, like in Legends, this ship, when it came out, this ship has inspired so much hate. It was like Atlanta, but on steroids. That is fair. Yep, the Japanese just kiting away the whole time. This is tier list based not only from my experience, but also just like in general, like just looking at the ship statistics wise. So Cleveland, she has the 12 152s. She actually is a very nasty AP DPM. She has one of the highest AP DPMs at the tier. I believe only like Mines and a few others beat her out, but it is an insane AP DPM. And obviously her HE with EOP can pen a lot of things, but even then, even if she doesn't run EOP, if she runs fully packed, that way she can get an extra radar, an extra heal, she can just set everybody on fire from like 17.5 kilometers away. So Cleveland is another easy S tier. Yeah, she has the long shell travel time, and that might hold her back. But I mean, okay, she has okay. She can shred destroyers. Very easy to like camp an island or like contest a cap with radar. and just secure it and then move on to a flank and just farm. Very good ship to play in. Very easy solo carry. Wichita, I mean, she's an even better Baltimore. Oh, what else do I need to say? Radar, even more maneuverable. Yeah, Cleveland did get a nerf to her rate of fire, but even then, it's barely noticeable. Like, what was it? Like a half second, 1 second. It's still barely even noticeable. Ooh, this actually might be hard. I might actually have to move ships down. Wichita having that agility is going to put her in S easily. Edinburgh, another S. Short fuse AP, absolutely melts destroyers. She has smoke, super heal, and hydro. So stacked on the utility side. She can also switch out for radar. This ship is another very easy solo carry because she just finds position to catch broadsides and just farms and an insane AP DPM. It's a monster when it comes to AP DPM. Obviously, when bow in, you're going to struggle, but you can just sequentially launch torps at them if you're in range, so that's not really that big of a deal. Edinburgh, easy S tier. Albemarle, it's kind of rough because she has radar and her HE is really good with her 203s, and she can obviously sequential launch torps. And her armor, it's good enough to bounce shells. That is true. She can bounce shells off of her belt, but the thing is, it's just in a tier where every ship except Edinburgh. By the way, Edinburgh has a 30mm bow, so she can just bounce 16-inch shells. George is the only threat to her. But in a tier where every heavy cruiser is being overmatched by battleships, with something with a citadel as large as this thing is just consistently blapped out of existence by battleships at almost any angle. So it takes a really good commander knowing what they're doing, knowing how to angle, knowing how to dodge and juke to really make this ship work. It's a pretty good ship, and she's really stacked with utility, but it really, at the end of the day, it takes a really good commander with great situational awareness to make Albemarle work. Yeah, exactly. She can bounce up to 410. She can't bounce 457s, but she can bounce up to 410. Hipper, easy A tier. Insanely good hydro, turtleback armor. She has 12 torpedo tubes and really good AP. Exactly. Albemarle's just meh. With a great commander, she's insane, but just as a ship by itself, it's meh. But like I was saying, Hipper has a turtleback, really good AP DPM. Yeah, she has quarter pen on her HE shells, but here's the thing. Hipper has worse HE alpha than the Baltimore does, and that is only, like, it's seriously Riga, Hipper, and Balti have some of the lowest HE DPM, well, lowest HE damage per shell, really. So you kind of want to avoid your HE. If Albemarle actually had 27 to 30mm armor, she'd actually be decent or somewhat more decent. Yeah, Hipper, that turtleback is really nice. Yeah, mid range, it's gonna hurt you if you're caught broadside, but close range where you're contesting a cap, like the Hipper class cruisers are great at contesting caps with their hydro popped. They have obviously the 12 torpedo tubes, so 6 on each side, and yeah, you only have 4x2 guns that kind of have a poor setup. They're okay at firing angles, but they're not too great at firing angles. But I mean, Hipper she has great utility, and her armor can kind of bail her out sometimes. Just great cap contesters, great utility, pretty decent maneuverability. This ship is great. I don't think it's enough to put her in S tier because she doesn't have the DPM to match some of these top tier cruisers, but she's still a great cruiser. Prinz Eugen, here's the thing. It's the same thing I said about Hipper, except she has an icebreaker, which can kind of help when bow tanking. But most of the time shells can just land around the icebreaker and hit the bulkhead and go straight into your citadel. But the thing with Prince Eugen is you either build for Hydro and play it like a Hipper, or you play it like a kiting cruiser and you build for the reload booster. And it's hard. It's basically just a clone of a Hipper with slightly better armor and a choice between Hydro and a main battery reload booster. But in this case, I'd say build for the Hydro because it's a premium Hipper. Just play it like a Hipper. But at the end of the day, it's just another Hipper. It's very similar to like the whole Missouri Iowa thing. It's just same class of ship, but you're technically quote unquote paying for just the same class of ship with just one gimmick that's not really worth the other thing. The premium is nice, can make a lot of credits, easily a great carry ship, but yeah, it's just a Hipper clone. And if you're not going to play for the reload booster, you might as well just have played Hipper in the first place. But very pretty looking ship, especially when you match up with a Bismarck with the Baltic camo, and you can recreate the historical division. It looks very pretty. But yeah, just a Hipper clone. Siegfried. That is true. She does have a longer reload time, but it's not that much. I think Prince Eugen has like 11 seconds or 10 seconds, and Hipper has like 8 or 9, somewhere in there. That is true. But yeah, I just feel like Prince Eugen is stronger with her Hydro, but if you're going to play Prince Eugen with Hydro, you might as well have just played Hipper in the first place. Yep, but Siegfried, very accurate 15-inch guns. I say that they are the most accurate. She is the most accurate German ship with 15-inch guns in the game. But only having a 27mm bow on a super cruiser kind of hurts her. Obviously, Torps and Turtleback kind of save her sometimes, but I mean, only having that 27mm bow kind of hurts. She has a high HP pool, and she has pretty decent secondaries, but like I said, that armor, like on a super cruiser, that just gets overmatched by battleships. She just eats damage, and that kind of puts her low here. She's pretty agile, though. I will give her that. And her guns are very forgiving, but yeah, like I love Siegfried. She's so accurate, but just that armor is not reliable. It's just not. Like, yeah, you can bounce shells on the belt, but you're just going to be overmatched through your bow and through your stern if you're not just going to be outright citadeled. So I love Siegfried. Personal bias, I'd put her up in A, but just if we're looking at the average tier, it's all about your positioning and hoping to God that RNG blesses you with citadels. So yeah, Siegfried B tier. Love, great ship, but B tier. Amalfi. Basically, turrets with less armor and one turret missing. Yep, exactly. Super cruiser, but can't get it unless the track rates. I hope she comes out as global. Amalfi. This one's rough because Amalfi is really maneuverable. She's got great armor to bounce shells off of her belt. Of course, she can still be overmatched. We all know this. Yeah, she has the crawling smoke, but she doesn't have Hydro. She has access to the floating sea mines, but she also has that raised citadel. Now, if she had access to SAP, she'd be higher up. But I just feel like she's just a cruiser with okay HE, okay AP, crawling smoke, slow torps that have great range. Yeah, exactly. I might put her in C2. It's another situation where it's like in the hands of a skilled commander, she is a monster, but she kind of struggles to solo carry ships because she doesn't have any utility. Like you can't really call that smoke screen a utility because it's a crawling smoke, and even like when you have the smoke screen that you can pop and sit still in, it's not going to last long. And she doesn't have Hydro. all she has is spotter plane and heal. So that kind of holds her back. Okay. Mogami, C tier. As a light cruiser, like heavy cruiser by armament, light cruiser by armor. Really good at HE spam and kiting. Well, yeah, Italian AP is nasty, but I mean, there are better ships to use AP in. Mines. Volty. But yeah, solo carrying an Amalfi is rough. I will say that. She's a high C, low B. That's what Amalfi is. But Mogami. Like I said, heavy cruiser by armament, light cruiser by armor. Her AP is, I don't know what it is, but Mogami's AP is just, it's okay. It's not great, but it's not anything to write home about. It's got the kiting torpedoes, which are 10 kilometers, so those are good to just throw out on a cap. Really good at kiting. Fairly good solo carry potential, just by kiting and farming. You could do that all day. But it's ranked, it's kind of piss poor because if you can't really control a cap from 16 kilometers away. Like, yeah, you can sit on an island and farm, but then you're not using your torpedoes. So these ships are really more powerful in the open water. Suzuya, B tier. She has more guns than Mogami. She can set fires faster than Mogami, and she has a higher AP DPM. You're like, yeah, sure, she obviously has great HE to set fires on everything known to mankind, but yeah, exactly. She has better DPM in both senses of the word, and yeah, she's just a Mogami better with more guns. Like, yeah, they're smaller, however, but more guns, better DPM. That's really about it. That's the only difference. Atago. I think Atago is B. She has a low freeboard. She has the 10 203s. So she has I believe she has the longest reload for a cruiser stock in the game. But yeah, exactly. The Japanese cruisers, specifically Mogami, are really just about selfish and setting damage by fire over time. But Atago, she has that low freeboard, of course, 27mm armor, but she has a 41mm upper citadel deck that can kind of protect her by bouncing shells that are coming in through her superstructure. So that can kind of save her sometimes, but she does have an exposed citadel, and she also can be citadel easily through her bulkheads. Yeah, I agree, Wolfie. Wargaming does need to fix Yami. Just nerf her reload, give her back her old accuracy, and then we'll be fine. Yeah, exactly. Her low freeboard kind of saves her, and that 41mm upper deck can kind of protect her by bouncing shells. But she can easily be overmatched, of course, and she can be citadeled through her front more easily by other cruisers because she has an angled bulkhead inward on both the rear and the front. So she can kind of eat citadels at weird angles. But once again, she has better torpedo angles, so that can kind of help when pushing. And she can have either 10 kilometers or the 8s. Bullshit HE. Also, she has the Thinking Man's AP shell, which can nuke cruisers that go broadside. But you just have to know when to use it and position yourself to use it. And just be careful. But it's another thing where it's like, it's better in standard than it is in ranked. But it's still stronger than Mogami. Yeah, exactly the long lines. Azuma. Now, I'm not putting this straight into F tier. Because it is a super cruiser. And its guns are... they're meh at best. But if you... She's a horrible pick for rank. Horrible pick for rank. There are so many better ships to play, and it's just, she's not going to be there. But for standard, if she takes a kiting position and HE spams and just plays it selfishly like a Mogami, she can succeed. But, and this is a big but, this ship is overmatched heavily. Yeah, like, yes, she has decent secondaries and great AA, but man, oh man, to quote the Lord and Savior Euro, this ship is basically a smaller Yamato. But that begs the question, why the fuck would you want a smaller Yamato? It has the same Citadel layout. It's just as easy to Citadel. And it's in a game where it's overmatch exists, there's no point. There's no point. There's no way it can bow tank. It's hard to bounce shells on the belt, because if you don't angle in time, it'll just go through that little cheek. And all you have are your guns that reload in like 23 seconds. Now, it's a great cruiser killer. If a cruiser turns broadside to an Azuma and it is AP loaded, holy shit, that thing can smoke it off the planet. But man, oh biggity man, that long reload plus the non-reliable armor hurts this ship. Horrible pick for ranked. It's a very selfish pick for standard. It's not an easy ship to solo carry in. Chapayev, easy A tier. Fast shells, great ballistics, really helps with her AP DPM. Her HE, it's kind of a low alpha, but you obviously have a lot of them, and you can just build for the bullshit fire chances. Plus, you obviously have the great armor to bounce shells with the icebreaker. Because I believe you only have a 25mm bow. She might have a 27, but I believe she has 25 now. But she can easily bounce most battleship shells off of her belt and off of her icebreaker. Yeah, Azuma's turret traverse is bad. Nah, I don't think it's F. It is pretty decent in randoms by taking kiting positions and fighting enemy cruisers, but it's a low D. And also, no, Choki, FDR never. No. Back to what I was saying. Chapayev. Great AP DPM, great fire starting, obviously radar 11.7, so really good when taking up a kiting position and kiting away. Also great when pushing in and using your radar to your advantage. And having those flat shell ballistics really help when dealing with long range targets, so you don't have to wait 15 seconds like a Cleveland for your shells to reach your target. But obviously, the ship is raised Citadel, and it's a light cruiser, so it can be Citadel relatively easily when caught broadside. Ship is pretty easy to just outright delete. But yeah, great utility, great AP DPM, great HE fire starting chances. All in all, great pick. Great pick. Kutuzov. It's basically a worse version of a Chapayev, because it doesn't have radar. Yes, it has smoke and heal, but it does not have radar. It has the 8-kilometer torps instead of 4, but if you're going to use the smoke of a Kutuzov, it relies on somebody spotting for you. It cannot spot for itself. And it's more of a heavy cruiser than it is a light cruiser, let's be honest. So, great ship, great DPM, but the utility kind of points more to a selfish play style. So it's great at farming, yeah, exactly, great for solo play, but not for supporting the team. Kind of tough to carry a game, because if you lose all your spotting, there's no point in having the smoke. So, like I said, great DPM. It has okay utility with the Hydra and the heal, but the smoke it's a blessing and a curse, because if you can pop smoke and you can farm, great. But if you have nobody spot for you, there's no point in bringing it. There's no point. So I'd say it's better than Mogami, definitely in terms of AP DPM. But yeah, that kind of a lack of intelligence data is kind of comes back to haunt this thing, because you need somebody's spot for you to be effective in that. Ochakov, do we even need to talk about it? Do we even need to talk about how broken Ochakov is? It's one of the most agile ships in the game, with an insane DPM. It reloads faster than Cleveland does. With great turret traverse, 8-kilometer torpedoes, 11.7 kilometer radar, heel, hydro, and the bullshit armor we all know, love, and hate. God almighty, the Ochikawa is such a great ship to play. It's a great pick for ranked, great pick for standard. This ship can easily carry. This ship it's not a certified Kraken printer, but it is very close. It is very, 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 very close. Yep, this insane HE DPM, insane AP DPM, radar, hydro, heel. There's so many things to like about it. All right, Azure Lane Baltimore, also an S tier. We might have to do some reorganizing here, but I mean, it's a Baltimore that reloads faster. Like, yeah, it's got the same maneuverability problems, but with Azure Lane Baltimore, it's about the same. Well, of course, Choke, but I mean, if any of these cruisers are caught broadside by a Stalingrad, tell me it wouldn't be a different result. But yeah, like, I mean, Azure Lane Baltimore reloads faster. But other than that, it's just a Baltimore. Just reloads faster. So, it's Pog. Charles Martel. And I feel like we have too many ships in S tier. So with my build, if I go full reload, my current Azure Lane Balti reloads in 8.2 seconds, while my normal Balti will reload in 8.8. So once I get my reload commanders leveled up high enough, there will be a noticeable difference. Right now it's about like half a second. But it is still pretty nice. Yeah. It's got speed boost. It's got okay guns, okay torps, and heal. Really fast with speed boost. But other than that, it's just average. It's a great ship, but it's average. It's outshone by others. So it's a low B, high C. Actually, I might put it. Yeah, the speed boost is nice, but it's just outshone by other cruisers. It just is. Yeah. Mines. Holy jeebus, that thing with its AP DPM is insane. I guess it only has 25mm bow. Yes, it's caught broadside. When caught broadside, it blows up. But I mean, when played correctly with AP, shooting AP downrange, this thing is a monster. Holy bejesus. This thing is an AP spammer, and it should be an AP spammer to the day it dies. So, it also has great hydro. It has 16 torpedo tubes, so 8 on each side. It's got heal, it's got patrol fighter, and the great German hydro. So it's a great cap contester. You just have to worry about that poor concealment and that poor turning circle. But other than that, the sheer AP DPM is just an absolute monster to face against. Piotr Bagration. See. It's got decent AP, but I mean, it's not that much better. Like, so what else ships? Well, we'll get to that in a second, Mikasa. So P-Bag, I mean, it's just an even worse version of Chapayev. It's a worse version of Kutuzov. Doesn't have smoke, doesn't have radar. All it has is hydro and heal. It's got okay AP. It's got decent firing angles. That's about it. There's nothing else going for it. Last but not least, Riga. I'd say it's A tier. Meta Jerk might hate me for it. I'm not putting it in S. But it's got strong guns. Very good guns. Very, very good guns. And when played correctly, this is a certified Kraken printer. You can easily solo carry with this thing. But I just feel like there are better ships to play than Riga. Not by a lot, but by a little. Riga is a great ship. Great guns. Good utility. Great usable armor. But you just have to be careful with your positioning. I mean, her AP is weird against battleships. Against cruisers, I've found it can consistently citadel broadsides, but you just have to make sure you aim your shot correctly and you're not too close so you don't overpen. Yeah, Riga is very strong ship. I don't think it's enough to slot her into S tier, but she is very strong. Yeah, her AP is inconsistently consistent, or consistently inconsistent. Yeah, the flight time on the shells kind of helps here. I feel like Balti is still a great cruiser, but she's been power crept by like the HE spam and the better AP DPM cruisers of the type. So I feel like she's an A. Azure Lane Baltimore will stay up here because it's a faster reload, and with the Azure Lane Baltimore commander, she's more agile, so that can help her. But I feel like every other ship in S tier has earned the right to be in S tier. Like even Balti earned the right too, but I mean it's basically the same ship. AL Montpelier doesn't exist yet, but that would actually be pretty cool. Yeah, like Cleveland, it has the insane AP DPM plus HE that we all hate to face, and obviously great utility. Wichita, it's even more maneuverable than Azure Lane Baltimore. That thing's just juke. Plus great radar. Fiji, Edinburgh. Alright, without Baltimore commander, alright. Well, then that reload, it is great, but I don't think it's that much better. Here's the thing, Lewis. I think it has one of the slowest reloads for the cruisers. It's got it's a low freeboard, but I mean it's a pretty easy target to Citadel if caught broadside. But I mean that goes without saying for all cruisers. It is pretty maneuverable, and it's got decent torpedo angles, but I just feel like it's outshone. Well, what do you mean it's worse, Baltimore? Azure Lane Baltimore has a faster reload. Same arm, it's exactly the same, except it has a faster reload. Suzuya and Siegfried are both in Bravo. They're both in B tier. Because Suzuya outperforms Mogami easily. Suzuya might... Suzuya's... This is hard because like all the cruisers, or like the majority of the cruisers that are like in the top 3 spots can easily be switched out between like either of these 3. Yeah, Siegfried's in B, just long reload on laser beams, but I mean inconsistent, like the poor armor kind of hurts it because it's a super cruiser, but it's got the armor of a heavy cruiser, so it's not gonna be able to tank battleship damages effectively. So yeah, I think both of these, both Balti and AL Balti. So Azure Lane Baltimore, I forget what it is stock, but I know with my build at the moment, it has little more than a half second faster reload. So it is nice, but no. Wichita is just a better version of Balti, so it's gonna be an S. Same thing, like Cleveland's up there, Mines is up there. I think that's a fair assumption. These ships can easily go into S, but like any of these ships, excluding the 2 hippers, could easily be slotted into S. Not the commander, the ship itself. The ship itself, Mikasa, has a faster stock reload. That's why I had that rated up there, because my microphone. Bike. No. Okay, Mike's back. Yeah, it's the ship itself reloads faster. Well, yeah, they have the refill station skill, but what I'm saying is the ship itself comes with a faster stock reload than Balti, even though it's the exact same ship. Azure Lane Balti comes with a faster stock reload. Yeah, that's why I had that rated up there. So I think yeah, it's rough for me because I love playing in the Balti. These ships can easily solo carry. But, I mean, Wichita's just a better version of it, so why would it be in the same tier as it? But these ships can easily go into S. Yeah, easily. Sorry, so in S tier we have Cleveland, Wichita, Edinburgh, Ochakov, and Mines. In A tier we have Balti and Azure Lane Balti, Hipper and Prince Eugen, Riga and Chapayev. In Bravo tier, we have Siegfried, Suzoya, Atago, and Kutuzov. In C tier, we have Albemarle, Amalfi, Mogami, Charles Martel, and Pyotr Bagration. And in D tier, we have, unsurprisingly, the Azuma. Yeah, I would believe so, Mikasa. It's going to be around a second to about half a second to a second faster stock reload for some reason. I don't know. But yep, there it is. Tier 7 heavy and light cruisers. There y'all go. So if you guys agree with what I had to rate, let me know or if you agree or disagree, let me know in the comments down below. Make sure you like and subscribe, hit that notification button because I'll be coming out with a lot of these type of videos here shortly after. And I will see you all in the next video. Peace out. Alright, perfect. Mines is in the S tier. The S tier. She shall bring glory to the fatherland. Do not worry. What do you disagree with, Hood? What do you disagree with? Tell me what you disagree with. Because at the end of the day, like we all know that like a super unit coming in an Azuma can still solo carry. It'll be hard, but they still can. And like a potato in a Wichita could still potentially just get blapped. We all know it all depends on the commander. You disagree with everything. What if I just put Azuma in S tier just to make you angry? I could always do that. I could. I know, I'm sorry. Alright. Let's go ahead and get the next one set up. Which is going to be even more exciting because it's the Tier 7 battleships. Mikasa's S tier. Yes, sir. You all know it.
Talk to. I want you just the way you are.
Alright, is there anything in chat you want to discuss while I'm pulling this up? My computer's taking a while for it to load up everything. Feel free to discuss amongst yourselves if I'm just a potato or if I was somewhat right in my ratings. Because my plan is to sometime next year, or like maybe halfway through this year, do this again and like actually use the WOW's PC site that like what Flamma was doing, where like he had the actual list of like the actual stats of like their DPM, their range with certain builds. I'm from an S tier. I don't know, man. Roma's not looking too hot. I got a message that the bot held back because bot's too good. Will they ever add Emden? That'd be a good question. I would like to see Emden. That'd be pretty cool. We need more World War I love. We don't have a lot of World War I love in this game. It's like we have the few battleships, and that's it. That's it. Roma Spurs. Ugh. I do have to admit, Roma, she can struggle sometimes, but I have had a mostly positive experience with her. But that's just because I play her like a Russian battleship, and she just does the work for me. Revolutionary War stuff. Yep, the April Fool's event will be sailing ships. I'm calling it right now. We just have Constitution and... Oh, what was her name? What was the name of the ship that fought Constitution? Didn't it start like with a D or something? Crap, I can't remember. It's funny, mine's the shipping game is amazing, but mine's the football team is horrendous. Boop. That's a big oof. I can't accurately rate Roma because it doesn't have access to the same time. Exactly. Exactly. I feel like Roma with an accuracy commander can actually be kind of nasty. Because right now, it just relies on when you have spotter plane and if dispersion doesn't troll you. But her AP is really good. It's consistent. I do have to say that, and her armor is great. But the thing is, it's like, currently, in the current state of the game, why would I want to play Roma over a Vladdy? Because I have the same armor with Vladdy, with arguably better guns. You know? Alright. Only 2 more of these things to go, guys. I want them to add the USS Monitor. Oh my god. Just a little boat that's like 2 inches off the surface, floating around with 1 turret with 2 cannons. Yes, exactly. Yeah, she has no accuracy commander. One of the skills on the BB commander is absolutely useless. Yep, exactly. Exactly. Artisan's Tuss. I want to use that more, but I can't hit my shots if I want that, so. We are not doing commanders. I just took the time to edit all the tier makers together so we can do all the ships. But if I probably took like another day or 2, I could do commanders. That is very much possible. All right. Tier 7 battleships, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it on. Yeah, I could play some more George Harrison after the break. I just don't want to get DMCA'd in the videos, so I'll play music on the breaks. All right. Let's get it on. Like ping pong in Hong Kong. First up, we have the Iowa. I feel like I know that we all believe Iowa got shadow nerfed, and I do see that there is inconsistency in this ship. But looking at how Iowa can normally work, she is consistently somewhat accurate. She has a fairly decent health pool, fairly decent speed, fairly decent maneuverability, long-acting damage control, and yeah. I do feel like since the quote-unquote shadow nerf that we cannot confirm, but it just feels like, because I mean, why would they word Missouri with old Iowa AP, her old Iowa AP speed? So, you know, but Iowa is still easily one of the best ships in the game in terms of consistently accurate main guns and really a forgiving playstyle. Just be careful with your broadside. Yeah, Iowa I still think is A. She's still over the railguns. I don't think she's S, because I think there are better battleships to play than Iowa, but she's still very strong. Kansas, pre-buff Kansas was a hard C, maybe a B. Now, I feel like she's a hard high B. She's a very high B, because she has the heaviest broadside in the game. No, the second heaviest, but the heaviest in the tech tree. And the salvo is accurate. So I really want to put her in A, but it's just that speed kind of holds her back at top tier. Because at tier 7, we've kind of graduated from the slow standard types onto the more speedy factions, or just like ships able to reposition with a little bit more speed. Her accuracy is insane, and her shell grouping is nice. Like, she can absolutely smack broadsides, but just that low speed and the giant hunk of metal that she is kind of just hold her back from being A tier. Exactly. The issue with Kansas is that there's Iowa. Exactly. All right, Alabama, S tier. I know that there's been some trolly accuracy as of late, but let's look at the facts. She has the best torpedo protection in the game. She has consistently accurate made guns. She has great maneuverability, great speed, great AA. Yeah, like, what's not to like about Alabama? Like, yes, you can say legendary and up tiered, but in tier 7 matches, Alabama is one of the most dominant ships in the game. Like, yeah, she may not have the speed of the Iowa's guns, but I mean, she still has 16-inch guns. What's not to like? Missouri, A tier. All she is an Iowa with radar. Yep. I believe the South Dakota class battleships have a 49% torpedo reduction. 49%, if I remember correctly. That's better than, well, Yami has the best. Yami has 53%, I believe. But, you know, in non-legendary ships, Alabama has the best. Same thing with NASA. Yeah, Missouri, it's the same thing. She's just an Iowa with radar. That's all she is. She does have a fast-acting heel, but I mean, we all know this. That's all common. But yeah, other than that, she's just an Iowa with a little bit less hit points and radar. That's it. Exactly. They're also consistent. Once again, great speed, great maneuverability, but just all she is an Iowa with radar. So there's no point in putting one above the other. They're just exactly the same. One just has radar. Massachusetts, S tier. One of the best brawlers in this game. Because it's the same thing. She has the same torpedo protection. She has the same 16-inch guns, albeit though you're not going to be building for accuracy as often. You can put an accuracy build on NASA, but you're going to be missing out on those secondaries. Because you can have like 11-kilometer secondaries with 5 heels, and your secondaries can set fires basically without mercy. They can just, on a whim, just set fires to anything within their range. Because they're not only are they accurate, but they're also great fire starters. Because they may not be able to pen like the German secondaries can with their HE, or get the good AP volleys of the Japanese secondaries. But their sheer fire starting chance is insane. Yeah, they're also very, very, very agile. They're even more so than the Iowas because they are shorter. They have less ship to turn, so they have a faster turning radius. Combined with that great torpedo protection, really helps you fight against destroyers. Exactly. They're also some of the most fun ships to play because they perform consistently above average, if not some of the best in the game. And like they're built for success. South Dakotas are some of the best in the game. Georgia. I feel like Georgia is an A because she's really accurate, and you really kind of want to build for her main guns. But if she had the secondaries that she had on PC, she would be an S tier. Because Georgia on PC has like an 8-kilometer secondary, or like an actually usable brawler secondary. And Owen's just as agile too, exactly. But Georgia having those 457s is nice, low shell volume, but really accurate main guns. But it is not having that secondary, it's kind of holding her back. Yeah, like, I mean, still choky. It's just barely under 50%. That's insane. Like, GK doesn't even have that. But Georgia not having those secondaries kind of holds it back because it either turns her into a sniper with speed boost on a flank, or you can go with full secondary build, but then in that case, why not just play Massa? Why not just play Bismarck? You're kind of giving up those 457s. So Georgia is a great ship, great utility, the fast reloading heal, and also it's slightly improved heal because you get a little bit more back, and speed boost, faster reload than the Iowas and the South Dakotas, even with bigger guns. Yes, you have less shells, but you reload faster and they're arguably more accurate. But yeah, having those nerf secondaries kind of hold her back from being probably the best tier 7 battleship in the game. Great ship, but just held back by that one nerf. Lion. C tier. Great AA. Decent armor for a tier 7 battleship. It's pretty decent. But great AP, great short fuse AP, and great HE. Now let's discuss the cons. Horrid firing angles. You have to basically turn full broadside to even think about using all of your guns in a single salvo. Exposed citadel. It goes away from the British tradition of having a protected citadel. So when turning broadside, basically anything can citadel you. Depending on the range, anything can basically citadel you, except destroyers. Exactly. Here's to hoping Ohio secondaries don't get nerfed. But Lion, it's got poor firing angles, poor armor to protect its citadel on its broadside. It's got poor turret traverse, and it's the typical boxy turret, so they get knocked easily. So, like, why play Lion over Vanguard? You're trading even worse firing angles just to get bigger guns. Like, in all honesty, why not just play Monarch? Like, yeah, Lion, she's a good ship in terms of, like, HE spamming battleship or, like, broadsiding cruiser deleter, but solo carrying can be hard because you're either going to be bow tanking and spamming HE, or if you even think about trying to turn broadside to bring all guns to bear, you can just easily be blacked. So, strong ship. Yeah, you have super heal, but I mean, you kind of need it because you're slow. You go away from the British thing of like having maneuverable and like agile battleships. This ship, it takes to the conquer with the slow turret traverse, the slow rudder shift. There's a lot of cons, and I don't really think they outweigh the pros too much. So I think Lion's a hard C tier. Vanguard's the same, because it only has 15-inch guns. They are accurate, but they have very poor firing angles, not really reliable armor. Like, yeah, when caught broadside, I mean, most battleships can be citadel, but I mean, especially with the British, especially Vanguard. Only having those 15s kind of hurt with overmatch. Exactly. But, yeah, you kind of lack that overmatch. Yeah, you can spam HE, but I mean, there's better ships to spam HE with, aka Monarch, because there's more 15-inch guns, or Lion, because they are bigger guns. Vanguard does have pretty good speed and pretty decent maneuverability, but, I mean, she doesn't have stronger than AA suite as Lion, so I don't think the buff to Vanguard's accuracy did help her. I don't think she's bad enough to be in D, but she's not strong enough to be in B. So she's going to be right with Lion in C. Richelieu. Alright. Peak may call heresy upon me, but they only have 381s, so they kind of lack overmatch. But having speed boost really helps you get to positions that you want to get in faster. Her guns, they're not rail guns like Iowa or Kansas or the South Dakotas, but they are fairly accurate. They have a decent reload time. She has fairly decent armor, great AA, and pretty reliable armor. Like, yeah, the turrets are the turrets, but we all know that French turrets are like that. So, I don't think Richelieu is as strong as the Iowas and Georgia and some others. Oh, 380s, my bad. The Germans at 381. My bad. But yeah, the Richelieu is still a very strong ship, very well performer, especially being able to sit bow in. Oh, only Townsend British, my bad. Yeah, being able to sit bow in with all your firepower to bear front is very good, especially when holding up against an island, holding a flank down. I don't think it's enough to put them in line with the Iowas, but having that speed boost and that maneuverability and just the overall speed to be able to position yourself the way you want to, it's a very underrated tool. And yeah, so I'm going to put the Richelieu in B. That's another thing I forgot to discuss. All the Americans have just insanely good AA. British have, except for Lion, they have okay. Lion's great. Vanguard and Monarch are eh. The French are all good. Well, Richelieu and Jean Bart are good. Champagne and Gascon are not so much. All right, next up. I believe this is Gascon. Gascon's rough because she's a Richelieu with one turret fore, one turret aft. So she needs to turn broadside or over angle to bring all guns to bear, and that can be kind of rough when exposing your broadside in a French battleship. So she also doesn't have a great HP pool. It's not as bad as Champagne, but it's not great. I think it's like 65,000. She does have a decent reload under her main guns, but once again, they're only 380s, and being able to only bring nearly one turret to bear without having to over-angle can kind of hurt. They're best played on a flank. It's kind of hard to solo carry on one flank, because then you're not in a position to really help the other flank. Because really, the key to winning any game is just holding middle. So you can go to either flank, and whichever one is losing to help set up a crossfire. That's really the way you win games, is holding the middle. Gascon does have vicious AA. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. I think the speed boost is nice for maneuverability, but just the poor firing angles on her main guns. Like, she really does have to over angle. Champagne's in the same boat. Like, they're really good in agile situations and like on flanks, but other than that, I mean, they can't bow tank because then they lose half of their firepower. And in order to bring their firepower to bear, they have to open up, and they can easily be citadel when they do that. So they don't have the strength of the Richelieu and the Jean Bart of being able to just bow and roll their firepower. They have to expose themselves to bring it all to bear, and they can easily be touched for that. They're great ships. They have reliable HE and reliable AP, but yeah, it's the poor turret armor too. If they're trying to battle tank with one turret and it gets knocked out, they have no choice. They lose half their firepower, and they lose the firepower in half their ship. Yep. So the poor turret placement plus the poor turret placement plus the poor ability to use both of those turrets kind of haunts these ships. Great AA, great maneuverability. That's really about it. Yeah, exactly. Georgia exists. Jean Bart, S tier. We all know it. Reload booster on a battleship is just absolutely broken. I know it exists on Vanguard, but I mean, you'll only get one on Vanguard. Jean Bart, you get two. And you can get this thing's reload down to like 19 seconds. It's so dumb. It has the same insanely good AA as the American battleships. It's just as fast. The utility that this thing has is insane. Jean Bart is easily just the best, one of the best, if not the best, Tier 7 battleship. Okay. The Kriegsmarine has arrived. Alright, first up, Bismarck. After the buff, A tier. Hear me out. Bismarck has great secondaries and fairly accurate main guns if you build for them. They may not have the 27mm overmatch, but they can still slap a shit with their improved pen angles. Still a very strong AP. And their HE has the quarter pen, so they can easily shred things that get caught in secondary range. Also, she has access to hydro, so she's really good at brawling against destroyers, and it's 6 kilometers instead of 5. So, really powerful hydro and great secondaries makes a great cap brawler. You just have to be careful. And once again, German battleships excel in the late game when there are less ships to spam. So, Bismarck is easily A tier. She was also my first tier 7, so she's the ship I know how to play in reality the most in this game. Here's the thing with Tirpitz. Arguably, she has the same accuracy as Bismarck, and yes, she has torpedoes, but let's be honest here. When Tirpitz is trying to push in to try and even use her torpedoes from like 10, 11 kilometers and she's being spammed, her torpedo tubes get knocked out very easily. Very easily. I love brawling in Tirpitz, but the fact that you can't put concealment mod on those battleships yet, and you have to be exposed pushing in, kind of hurts. Great accuracy, not as good as secondaries as Bismarck. She doesn't have access to hydro, so I think I'm gonna put her. I don't think Tirpitz does have the same secondary. I don't remember that being that way. I remember Bismarck having a higher stock secondary range. I could be wrong, but Bismarck's going to be better than Tirpitz, just because of the hydro, better secondaries. Tirpitz did get a bigger buff, but I mean Bismarck already had a 22-second reload on her main guns. Well, yeah, that's if you fully build for it, though, and then you kind of give up your main gun accuracy on Tirpitz. Alright, Odin. Odin's an A tier. Odin is a really underrated boat. She is extremely tanky. She has the same hydro. She can shatter some HE shells. Now, of course, fire is still a pain in the ass, as all German battleships know. But she can have great secondary range. She has really fast reload on her main guns. She's all in all just a great brawler. She's really just a stronger version of Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. Yeah, Tirpitz does have torps, but I mean, what use do the torps serve if you're just going to be HE spammed all game? When you can use the torps, yes, it's going to be better, but that's only when you can actually get close enough to the battleships or crews that you can't even torpedo. I'm not saying Tirpitz is a bad boat, but I'm just saying in this situation, Bismarck is the better pick. But yeah, Odin has always been performing above average. So, I mean, we all know. Exactly, she is the big brother. She was one of the designs for Scharnhorst, but in this game, for some reason, she's the higher tier. Oh, I might come back to the Tirpitz later. I might do it because of the buff, but I just feel like there's just the small little differences that put her behind Bismarck. Well, no, but I mean, have you seen the accuracy of the German secondaries? It's not exactly the same as Mass's. I just feel like solo carry potential. Here, I'll put her high B. High B for right now. I might come back to her later. We'll see. Roma. I'm not going to be unfair and throw her into D or F tier. Roma has great armor. Her 50mm deck can shatter a lot of HE. And obviously her armor is good enough to battle tank battleships. Really, the only thing she has to worry about is fire. But she only has 15-inch guns, 381s. So why would you want to play a quote-unquote Russian-style battleship with lower caliber guns when Vladi exists, when Lenin exists? Her accuracy, I know she doesn't have an accuracy commander, but I mean, even then, it's not as good as some of the other battleships out there. It still is pretty decent. It can still slap broadsides, but it's not as consistent as other ships. Her secondaries, they are even rougher than the Americans. Even though the Americans are great fire starters, the Italian secondaries are not, because they're only 90 millimeters. So they can't pen anything, and they have even worse fire chances. So, Roma, very underrated ship, but we haven't really lived up to her potential. She hasn't lived up to her potential yet. So for right now, Roma will be in C tier. It's kind of she's kind of like that wild card. We don't really know what she's going to be like with an accuracy commander on. She's not powerful enough to really be great at solo carrying, but she's not like horribly weak like some of the other ships. All right, Tirpitz, I am moving in to B to A tier because of the brawling potential plus the buffs to accuracy. The Germans are making a comeback with that buff. I do have to agree, Noriko. They're not any higher though. Not any higher. I'm barely squeezing Tirpitz in, barely. Odin is going to be much better than Tirpitz, much better. But I will put Tirpitz in. Exactly. They have less HP. Doing that for you and you alone, Noriko. I'll barely squeeze in Tirpitz to A. And now comes something that absolutely pains my heart. Amagi. Amagi used to be so good. Amagi and Iowa used to be the two ships in the game you wanted to get first because they had absolute railguns. But man, oh man, all those 2.5 years ago when they nerfed Amagi for the first time, it showed. It showed what they did to Amagi. It wasn't nice. It was because the people that wanted to play the Amagi were the good players that knew how to play Amagi correctly and play her to her strengths. She still is a great ship. She still has 10 410mm guns. She still has really great speed. But man, oh man, Amagi has fallen from grace. She still is strong, but she's nowhere she's nowhere to where she is nowhere near what she used to be. Exactly. Amagi is still scary. To be careful, Amagi can still slap your shit. But is she on the same level as Iowa and Missouri and Georgia, the South Dakotas, and Bismarck and Tirpitz? No. Exactly. So if we are to learn one thing from all of these tech tree ratings, this is it. Well, but besides obviously bringing in Italian battleships and the German battle cruisers one day, the third thing we need to learn is bring back old Amagi, bring back old Iowa. It's what we want. It's what's best for the game. Well, I did Mikasa. I did. There was only I would do the lower tiers, but I kind of want to do the higher tiers because it's kind of like for what people want to grind for. But yeah, I want to put Amagi in A so badly, but she struggles to compete against other battleships unless she gets that perfect broadside and she's in the perfect position, already turned with all of her guns to bear. Other than that, it just exactly. The armor and the broadside I have to give up for all my guns. It doesn't warrant that nerf, and it's really sad because Amagi used to be so much better. I still like to play her, but yeah, she's definitely fallen from grace. And it is very sad. Key has a very strong AA suite. She has torpedoes, but they're very short range. And she's actually a pretty decent brawler build. Like she has a very, powerful AA suite, pretty decent secondaries, torps, and 410s. But her guns, oh boy. If you're gonna snipe, you might as well just play Amagi. I think Key is a C. She's not a great brawler because, like I said, majority of her firepower is aft. So pushing in, she can obviously charge just fine. But I mean, only having those low kilometer torpedoes And only having 3 per side kind of hurts, because, I mean, you're pushing in and exposing all that much of yourself just to launch 3 torps. But, Key, it just, if you're going to play it like a sniper, just play Amagi. Amagi's going to be better pick for that. But brawling-wise, they're just better ships to brawl with. Key does have better armor. Yeah, that is true. That is true. But is it worth having less accurate main guns? Because impenetrable armor is just is pointless against fire and damage over time. That's something we need to think about. She may have better armor, but I mean, if a Key tries to brawl, play to her strengths, and she's just farmed or just burned down from range, there's I don't think Key is at the same competitive level as the rest of these. She still is okay. I think she's stronger than Roma, but I don't think she's as strong as these two. And these are all stronger. Vladivostok. Vladdy is daddy. I don't think she's as strong as Lenin because of the turret placement, but she is still very, very strong. Great armor to shatter HE. Great guns that can absolutely slap your shit. Pretty decent maneuverability. And pretty decent tankiness. Decent turret traverse. You just have to be careful for those Parzivals of the world out there and ever showing your broadside just a little too much. But just the power of that ship to just hold a bow in position is matched by few others. Very few others. Exactly. Vlad is like, you have to have the perfect, it's like Goldilocks. You can't be too far away, because then you get trolled by the Russian long-range accuracy. That just goes to shit. You can't be too close, because then you're just going to get Citadel, because you just have a raised Citadel. It's the entire length of your ship. You have to find that nice middle ground, like around 10 to like 12 kilometers, and just maintain that range. Well, I know Hood, but yeah. Like, you need to find the right range to just maintain it, and just maintain that engagement distance. You can't let them close, and you can't let them run away. So position yourself to maintain that range, and you'll be set. And Vladdy will do the rest. Lenin, I mean, is it even a question? Is it even a question to put Lenin in S tier? Is it really? Because I don't think it is. You can have all 9 guns facing front, and then you can pull a Nelson and switch around. And because for some reason your turrets can do 360, well, the top turret can do 360, you can always have all 3 guns to bear. Just do a juke, and then you can turn your gun to the left and juke. And then she has the same tanky armor as Vladdy. 32mm bow, 15mm deck. I'd probably say a little more superstructure to farm, but she's also a lot more maneuverable than Vladdy is. That's just me, though. But yeah, Lenin is easily an S tier. Lenin is still very, very powerful. Oh shit, that was Monarch. So, Monarch, I think... she has an even lower HP pool. I think we can move Vanguard up here, because in terms of agility, Vanguard is the best British battleship. Yeah, Monarch and Lion are down here, because just the poor firing angles, the low HP pool, and they have super heal, but just the poor firing angles and the exposed Citadel kind of hurts them. They're still great ships, though, but yeah, I think Vanguard's better pick because you have more speed, more agility. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, there it is. Tier 7 battleships. We have Alabama, Massa, John Bart, and Lenin in S tier. We have Vladdy, Iowa, Missouri, Georgia, Bismarck, Odin, and Tirpitz in A tier. Kansas, Richelieu, Amagi, and Vanguard in B tier. Monarch, Lion, Key, Roma in C tier. and then Gascon and Champagne in D tier. You think Lion's better than Vanguard? That is true. The thing is with Lion, though, it's like I said earlier, the pros, in my opinion, they don't outweigh the cons. Because she doesn't have the 419s like she can have on PC. She only has the 406s. Yes, she can still overmatch, but she only has the 406s. She has very poor firing angles, a lower HP pool than most ships at the tier. And all she has going for her is, you can't really say the armor protection because, her belt can bounce, but yes, her belt can bounce shells, but all the other battleships can do that too. But when caught broadside, she has an exposed citadel, so she's pretty easy to citadel. She's slow. Her turrets take a while to turn. They can be knocked out easily because they have the British box turrets. Well, I'm not saying she's bad. I'm just saying compared to other ships. I guess she has super heal, but Monarch also has super heal, and she still has 54,000 hit points. The more you talk about it, the more I'm starting to agree. I think Lion is better, but barely. Lion is only barely better. Her cons, her pros and her cons barely outweigh Vanguard's pros and cons. But you could easily flip between these two. So the only switch is Lion is now in B, Vanguard's in C. But yeah, Lion it can be rough. She's a good ship, but it can be rough sometimes. No, I know Lion's worth. I have Lion. I've played Lion. But like I'm saying, the question you have to ask yourself is, do all of these cons outweigh, do all these pros outweigh the many cons? That's the question you have to ask yourself. Yeah. Alright. That's it for Tier 7 battleships. If you agree with my ranking of these ships, let me know in the comments down below. If you disagree, let me know. Give me suggestions. I kind of enjoy having these discussions and talking with everybody about what their own opinions are. Because then we get to all learn things we might not have learned before. Yeah, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe, and I'll see you all in the next video. Peace out, guys. Alright. Monarch seems to have a better all-around performance over Lion. Yeah, that KGB armor can kind of help her. But she has an even lower HP pool than the Frenchies do. The super heals help, but man, oh man. If Monarch just gets focused after using her first super heal, she can kind of die fast. So I feel like just Lion's a barely better version of Monarch. So, alright. Then there was one. A few good songs here. Don't know what to play. This one. Definitely this one. Maybe Hood.
This is the move right here.
Maybe. I might edit these together and upload them. So it might be a little bit before I get on. But I'll be on later tonight for sure. Monarch is garbage.
There is a house in New Orleans. They call the rising sun. And it's been the ruin of many a poor boy. And God, I know I'm one. My
Oh, I forgot. So, I was doing some editing for my Twitch stuff so I could get Streamlabs working again. Would you all like to see some of the new emotes and stuff? I'll save the best one for last. Don't worry. Let me just pull up the thing here. Alright, so we're going to take a look at all the new alerts. Y'all ready for this? Okay. Turn up the volume so y'all will be able to hear it. Okay, perfect. Alright, first up. Now, it'll say my name is doing said action. I'm not actually following my channel or like subscribing or stuff. I'm just showing you what they look like at the moment. Oh crap, that's right. I need to pull this down, I think. Does that work? Nope, crap. Well, crew. How do I do this? Ah, that's right. I need to hide my screen. So I'm going to hide the screen real fast. Hold on a second. Hold on. Give me a second. Alright. Y'all ready for this? There's follow. That's the follow button. Got the doot. Got the doot. And then we have donation. I like that one. It's a little bit loud, but I like it. Got hosting. I agree, that song is great. Alright, I have yet to do bits. Then we have ring. This is being recorded technically, yes. I'm not going to actually make this. And then last, but certainly not least, the one you've all been waiting for.
Fuck. Come on. Hit that guy. Fuck, I hit the rock. Fuck.
Fuck, I hit the rock. Listen to that all fucking day long.
Fuck. Come on. Hit that guy. Fuck, I hit the rock. Fuck.
Oh man, that will never get old. That will never get old. I love that command so much. It's so much fun. Oh man. It's perfect. It's just perfect. That's what it is. Alright. We have arrived, ladies and gentlemen, at the final tier list of the day. Legendary tier. So we're going to start off strong with the Montana. Now, I know people only say she only has 16-inch guns, but she has a great broadside. Now, yes, I know she technically has one more turret than Iowa, but, I mean, she has a larger HP pool, and she's still pretty maneuverable. Yeah, she has a raised citadel. Yeah, her armor belts, it's better, but in all honesty, not that much. But, I mean, She has a fast-acting heal, and it's an improved heal. It's not super heal, but it's an improved heal. So that's nice, and it reloads fast. So that's pretty good. Hold on, Choki. I ain't done. Just let me get there. Let me get there first. But yeah, Monty. She's very accurate. She's very good at blapping broadsides. Yeah, all of them are F because they're all failure. Now, but let's be honest. So, in all honesty, I feel like Monty at the moment is a B. Because, hear me out. What can she do that any of these battleships can't? Like, if she tries to HE spam against Bowen targets, Conqueror just does that better. If she tries to brawl, well, she has relatively the same armament as GK. GK can either have 12x406 or 12x420. So she has relatively the same armament as GK with basically slightly better accuracy, of course. And Yami overmatches, Monty doesn't. She can overmatch cruisers, tier 7 cruisers, but she can't overmatch like the bows of battleships. So Monty is strong at blapping broadsides, and she works really well on a flank. But at the end of the day, those are things that any of these battleships could also do. She's still very strong, but I think at the moment, Monty is a B tier. A high B, low A. High B, low A. Yeah, high B, low A. Worcester. This thing gets shit on so hard. She has an insanely good AP DPM, insanely good AA, pretty decent HE DPM, great utility. She only has a 9-kilometer radar for some reason instead of a 10, but it's fine. But Worcester just, oh my god, horrible firing angles. Actually, I think she's a B tier. Because that DPM is pretty nice. That AP DPM is really nice. It really can shred things. And the AA is really good. But man, oh man, when caught broadside trying to bring all guns to bear, if she overangles, she's going to eat citadels. So you cannot play this thing in the open water unless a flank has been secured. So, quintessential island spammer. Great with DPM support. That's really about it. Exactly. When Colbert here, wherever it is, when Colbert here comes out, Worcester's just going to go down the drain. Alaska, S tier. That they overbuffed it. We all know this. No. Shush. They buffed it because it's perfect. Because it's a tier 9 in legendary tier. So I think it's fine. Alaska needed that buff. Yeah, in all honesty, it was a little excessive, but I think it was needed. And it is probably now the strongest super cruiser at this tier. Stalingrad is very strong, but I mean, Alaska is much better equipped to deal with destroyers. Exactly, Choki. Yeah, Alaska, great radar, hydro, and improved pen angle, super heavy AP. You have HE as well, so you can actually in-cap destroyer things more efficiently. And you can set fires on battleships, so you're more effective against Bowen targets. So, Alaska is easily S tier. Easily. Gearing. I feel like Gearing's another S tier. Because Gearing has enough DPM to set fires. She has a long smoke screen so she can always hide. She can spot for herself. She has long torps. She has long torps. Yes, they reload in 2 minutes, but they go 16 kilometers. And they have a fairly decent damage. They're not Shimakaze nuclear torpedoes, but they're fairly decent. And her guns, like I said, they're really good in taking on other destroyers in gunfights. You want to be careful of Kabas and Kleber's with reload booster. But against the Kaba, just shoot AP against his broadside, you'll win. Against the Kleber, just make sure you have all 6 guns on and you dodge his torps if he tries to. Try to dodge his shells as well. But yeah, Gearing is the best destroyer for one-on-one engagements because it has the fastest DPM of, well, some of the fastest DPM of all the destroyers. Kaba is going to be better in a straight-up gunfight unless he overangles and you get to use AP. At the end of the day, it all comes down to if you can hit your torpedoes or not, but I mean, this is pretty easy. Well, that's a known fact. Everybody knows that gearing is thick. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. Don't even pretend that nobody else knows that. Gearing is a thick boy. But I think out of all the destroyers, it comes down to Kaba and gearing at the end of the day. I'm gonna put it in that long smoke is nice. It has 2-minute reload on its torps, but I mean they go 16 kilometers. Really good DPM on its guns. It's got decent enough maneuverability. I'm putting it in S for right now. Exactly. It's one of the best ships at the tier for guns, especially against other DDs. Conqueror, we all know, it's the best legendary ship in the game. It's the best legendary tier battleship in the game currently. Because it can set fire to everything. That short fuse 419 millimeter guns can absolutely blap broadsides. And, you know, with your HE, you can just absolutely nuke destroyer from like 12 kilometers. And you can like set double or triple fires on battleships. Now, yes, you have slow turret traverse, but you have super heal, so like HE spam's kind of pointless. Just be careful when you manage your damage control party and your super heal, so always keep that in mind, especially if you're running Azulane Nelson. But yeah, I mean, just you're caught broadside, you get Citadel, but I mean, the same thing happens with Monty and Yama. GK occasionally, but normally just with Yama and Monty as well. So it's not like it's just the only ship that gets Citadel one turn broadside. But just like the sheer bullshitness of the HE and how strong her AP is, plus with her super heal, it's just a great combination, and she's in a very good place right now. She's very strong. Minotaur, Mino is an A because she is a stronger DPM cruiser than Worcester is when it comes to AP. Of course, she doesn't have HE, but she is much better equipped to deal with DD. She has better concealment. She can obviously choose radar. So islands are your best friend. She has smoke so she can disappear. She has hydro so she can see torps coming. And she has 10-kilometer torps. So she has torpedoes. And like she has better concealment. That's almost automatically making her better than Worcester. But she also has better maneuverability, or arguably better maneuverability, better speed. You just have to worry about deceleration and acceleration. Trying to like slow down to get into your smoke screen, that's probably your most vulnerable time if you have already not slowed down enough. But when it comes to dealing with DDs or just farming AP on broadsides, Mino is just better because it has a faster reload and it has better DPM when it comes to AP. Now, at the end of the day, you just have to know how to position yourself correctly, not eat torpedoes in your smoke screen, not get radioed and dev struck by anything on the map, and not play too aggressive. And yeah, Mino is very strong, but I don't think she's overpowered as some of these guys up here. Alright, after playing Colbert a few times, at the moment, I'd say she's better than Worcester, but not by a lot. Because this ship is even more of a floating citadel. Well, she's almost as much of a floating citadel as Mino is. Because basically anywhere from the bulkhead by the forecastle all the way back to the support forecastle, it's all citadel. You can citadel with basically any gun. Any destroyer that fires AP at it will be able to citadel Colbert at like 9 kilometers. Now, yes, you're taking a dangerous game by open water gunboating against a Colbert, but I mean, it's still pretty easy to citadel. And she only has 36,000 health. Yeah, she's not really a great support ship. She's great at DPM. Absolutely insane DPM cruiser. Holy shitballs. This thing is, it just shits out shells. But it's not a great team support ship. She can easily, like every single time I played the game, I could get like 180k. I could get with her Confederate High Cal, but it wasn't like I was carrying the team because I was just setting fires on 2 battleships that were willing each other. Or like I'd kill 1 destroyer. Like I didn't have higher than a 3-kill game in like 20 games. Now I'm still playing well. I'm still getting like above like 90k average damage, at least. But it's a very strong DPM cruiser, and that's really about it. It's got heal, it's got speed boost, so that's really good for open water stuff. It has 32mm plating for some godforsaken reason. I don't know why on earth they gave it 32mm bow and stern. But yeah, it just, I'd honestly argue DPM wise, Colbert is better than Worcester. But for solo carry wise, I think Worcester is better than Colbert because of the utility that this ship has to counter destroyers. Colbert, A tier. Yes, the nerf that it got neutered this ship. It did neuter it. It very much did. But the fact that you can still go 56, 57, almost 60 knots in this thing is absolutely dumb while having an under 5 kilometer concealment with go all out. It's absolutely dumb. Plus the fact that you have the reload booster. It's just, this thing is the epitome of zoom zoom, you go boom. It still is probably one of the strongest ships at legendary tier. The nerf did hurt it. What Wargaming needs to do, and if anybody at Wargaming for Legends ever, like, I don't know why they would, but if they ever watch this video, they need to understand this. Nerf Kleber's torpedo reload. Like, I don't add another 30 seconds, add another minute, I don't care. But give it another reload booster. Make it like more of a gun boat. And people will enjoy it more. And not try to play it like a Shima. That just can go even faster. Because Kleber with an extra reload booster, I know it's not the Marcel, which is the more gunboat of the two, but I mean, only having that one reload booster kind of hurts it because it only has that one engagement where its guns can actually pump out the DPM it needs to win a fight. Because if you get caught full health by a gearing that's also full health and you don't have a reload booster for some reason, you're going to lose the fight. Or if you just don't pop your reload booster, unless you can hit your 12s, you're going to lose the fight because the gearing just out DPMs you. So nerf Kleber's torpedo reload, give it another reload booster, and I think it'll be better. GK. Man, I want to put GK higher because it has the highest HP pool. It has great secondaries, pretty decent armor. It's one of the few ships that can really effectively bow tank Yama because of the way that the armor scheme's set up. Like, yeah, there's still parts of the bow that can be overmatched, but it can bounce Yama shells relatively easily when it's bow tanking. But, I mean, you have better firing angles towards the rear. You have great secondaries, but I mean, you have to push into their range to effectively use them. Really, their effective range is like 8 kilometers, even with like a 10-kilometer build. So you kind of need to push in and take a lot of damage just to even start using your secondaries. But really, the best way to play GK is just concealment and tank. You snipe, and then you push in at the end. Don't just push in like a madman off the rip. You don't have torpedoes. You're not going to be going anywhere fast. You're one of the slowest ships in the. Well, you're the biggest ship in the game. You're also one of the technical slowest. So you're a pretty easy target to farm for damage, especially if you give too much broadside. But very powerful broadside. It is the strongest in the game because 12x420 is stronger than 12x406. So whatever you shoot at, it's gonna feel it. Even if you overpen it, you'll still hit them for like 7 or 8 overpens, and they're going to feel that. Exactly, Yama can only match the strip between the bow plates, but it still is possible. Yeah, GK can effectively bow tank Yama, which is kind of huge in the game one. The Yama overmatches everything, including itself. Yamato, I still think it's S tier. We all know the shell grouping nerf kind of neutered it, but I mean, the ability to still just overmatch everything in the game is just absolutely broken. Like, nothing else can compare to this. Like, you can't even say Georgia, because Georgia can only deal with cruisers, but I mean, every battleship with 16-inch guns can overmatch every cruiser except Edinburgh. And even battleships with 15s can still overmatch some of the cruisers at tier 7, because some of them have 25mm bows. So Yama's ability to overmatch every ship in the game and just punch them for like 10 to 14k through their nose, if not scoring a Citadel, is just absolutely broken. But yeah, we all know that shell grouping nerf neutered the ship. So what Wargaming needs to do again, if Wargaming is listening, nerf the reload and maybe the turret traverse. Those two. Give it its old accuracy back. Give it the railguns we all know and love. And nerf the reload to like 30 seconds. Because Yami reloading in like 26 seconds is kind of dumb. I think it's kind of dumb. I think we all know it's kind of dumb. We all like it, but I think we all know it's kind of dumb deep down. Shimakaze. Shima is still... It's still up there. It's still A tier. The fact that it can just shit out 15 torpedoes that do 24k damage, like 3 torpedoes can sink a Yama, like and get a dev strike ribbon, but like potentially even 2 if they don't hit torpedo protection. It's absolutely broken. Like, yes, a Shima in a gunfight is gonna lose, but I mean, why even push close enough to use your guns in a Shima when you can just torpedo battleships from 10, 11 kilometers away? And even in a gunfight, you're going to have a hard time, but your guns are pretty decent. They're just basically better Kagero guns. They have the high alpha damage of the Japanese destroyers. And you're going to be retreating most of the time. You're not going to be pushing into a destroyer in a Shima. That's kind of suicidal. That's on them. I know, but still, Noriko, that's still 46k. That's still half of a Yamato's hit points from 2 torpedo hits. If, like, that's without torpedo protection adding in. Yeah. So, Shima, in terms of destroyers, is definitely on the bottom, but Shima, in terms of legendary tier as a whole, is still an A, because of just how strong it is. Kaba, it's another ship that's in A. Very good in open water. This thing is probably the best fire starter in the game. Because Conqueror, it's always like the guaranteed one fire with a full salvo, but like Kaba just keeps on shooting and shooting and shooting, and it's got the dumb 14 to 16% fire chance on its shells, so you can just constantly set battleships on fire, and you have enough speed to dodge their return fire, including with speed boost, and you get access to heal, and you have a 50mm armor plate, which does arm shells from battleships and cruisers and destroyers from time. Well, it definitely arms destroyers AP, some cruisers AP, and some battleship AP from time to time. So you do have to be careful. Well, yes, Noriko, that is true. That is true. But I mean, still. But Kaba is hard because it's going to be outspotted. Anyone who is outspotting a Kaba, the best counter is to just torpedo it and run away. Because a Kaba wants to take a gunfight. It wants to open up on your destroyer because it's got that DPM to deal with you. What it doesn't have, though, is great maneuverability. It's got a pretty decent rudder shift time, but it's got a pretty large turning circle, especially for a destroyer. So if you just stay dark, launch your torpedoes, predict where he's going to go, and then just disengage or stay far enough away so that you're not spotted, but keep him spotted for your teammates to shoot, you can take him down fairly easily. But Kaba is very strong, very high on the DPM list. Also, don't be afraid to load AP more in Kaba because it does have cruiser guns, and it can Citadel many of these Lakers like Wooster, Colbert, and Mino at decent ranges. And by decent, I mean like 9, 10, 11 kilometers away. But yeah, just Kaba's very strong, but it's not the strongest. And last but not least, the Stalin Chad. Need I say more? As I'm letting personal bias take over, I love my Alaska, but Stalingrad, you are king. Just the ability and consistency. The rarest thing we have in this game is consistency. And yes, you have that volley every once in a while with Stalin, where RNG says fuck you, and your shells go as wide as the Red Sea. They just part like the Red Sea. But Stalingrad is the most consistently accurate ship, or like decently accurate ship in the game. And the fact that it can consistently punish broadsides is something that not a lot of ships can lay claim to. Well, I mean, it is weak when it comes to countering destroyers. In high destroyer games, Stalin will falter, Stalin will have a rough time. And also, a mispositioned Stalingrad is probably one of the easiest kills known to mankind. Because as it says in the ship's description, it has a high HP pool for its ship type, but it doesn't really have a good armor scheme for its type. Because it's literally, it's got the icebreaker bow, it's got the 32mm upper nose, but then the entire broadside is basically Citadel. It's pretty easy to Citadel. So if you see a Stalin broadside, just load that AP and just watch the magic happen. Watch the fireworks fly. And yeah, like it has short fuse AP with improved pen angles, so you can Citadel battleships and cruisers but if they overangle a little bit. You do have to be careful against heavily angled targets though. But even then, just aim for their turrets. Stalin can pen Yamas. I remember Tier 7 Hipper did a video once, and he was talking about AP pen. And I think he said that like the Stalin can pen Yama's belt, which is 460 millimeters. Or it's either 406 or 460 at like 19 kilometers, I believe. So at closer ranges, it can pen the turret face of Yama, which means it can pen the turret faces of U.S. battleships, German battleships, Russian battleships, French battleships. It can wreck turrets. Yeah, it's a great ship. It's consistent. You just for solo carry potential, that is probably one of the few genuine Kraken printers out there on the seas. Alaska is one of them too, but I mean Stalin, it just the consistency can't be matched. You can name a ship and then you can just easily just see the difference. Because like I said, RNG will occasionally troll you, but like 9 volleys out of 10, you're gonna have really tight shell grouping, and you're just gonna slap a target for like 10 to 15k, if not getting double or triple citadels. Well, of course, like, yeah, and there we go. We do have to understand that this is a video game. Armor in real life, like the way that the armor works in this game is going to be completely different than how it works in real life. Like, I'm fairly certain that if Montana or if Iowa hit Yami bow on, I'm pretty sure, like if her shells hit her armor or hit her bow armor at a certain angle, that would be a bounce in our game. It probably wouldn't have bounced in real life, but that's because there's things in real life that the video game can't really compensate. That the video game can't compensate for, but that's what they do for with RNG by just having the shells miss. Yeah, that's it for Legendary tier. We have the 2 super cruisers, Stalin and Alaska, Geary, Conqueror, and Yama in S tier. Then we have Mino, Faber, Kaba, and Shima in A tier. Then GK, Monty, Wooster, and Colbert in B tier. Colbert would be higher, but it's still relatively new, and like I said, it's subject to change because I don't think they're gonna keep it with a 32mm balance turn. That just sounds absolutely cancerous. It just sounds like I mean, yeah, if it turns broadside, it gets blapped, but I mean, it shouldn't be allowed to bow tank everything known to mankind. Oh my god. I'm not doing carriers. Carriers can all rot in hell for all I care. I love carriers and all, playing them. I love messing with destroyers and their 4-kilometer concealment builds, but I'm not going to take the time to rate them. I will say this though. If you are looking to play a carrier branch, play the United States. It is the most forgiving branch, and it really teaches you the basics and the default strats of how to play in CVs. Once you master the US, go on to the Germans, because then you'll love their AP bombs and their faster planes. That's all I'm going to say about CVs. So yeah, that's it for Legendary Tier Tech Trees, and I will see y'all in a year when I do all these videos again. So if you agree with my ratings, let me know in the comments down below. If you don't, just shoot. I won't be mad. Just tell me I'm wrong, and then we can have a discussion. So make sure y'all like, comment, and subscribe, and I will see you in the next video. Alright, chat. Appreciate y'all coming out to argue with me over what pixel boats are better than others. But I think we had a lot of fun today. Today was a decent day. I mean, I wanted to only do this for like an hour and a half. We ended up going for 4.5 hours, and yeah, I appreciate y'all coming by. I don't know if I'll do a stream later tonight. We'll see. I'm still editing through the 40 hours of footage, trying to find like the 10 or so games that I want to make YouTube videos. But I will definitely make sure to come back on later. Possibly later. I might go get dinner too. Dinner sounds really good. So, let me find one song to let a stream end on. I'll see y'all next time. What song shall we end with? This one. Didn't want to do that. Nope. I wanted to press a certain button. There you go. Alright, you're gonna have to give me a little bit of time, Noriko. I still need to do some editing, but I'll probably be on about an hour or two, possibly. I did not go to Gulag. Oh my gosh, I can't decide on a song to end the stream on. Can't decide, guys. Could do that. I got a better one. It's kind of a sad one, but it's a really good song. By the Longest Johns, Bones in the Ocean.
Oh, I bid
you all
farewell
for coming,
to the port and
and I'll
the
see you in the
land,
next stream.
and I paddle
Peace out,
away
guys.
from brave England's white sands to search for my long ago forgotten friends, to search for the place I hear all sailors end. As the souls of the dead fill the space of my mind, I'll search without sleeping till peace I can find. I fear not the weather, I fear not the sea. I remember the fallen, do they think of me? when their bones in the ocean forever will be. Plot a course to the night, to a place I once knew, to a place where my hope died along with my crew. So I swallow my grief and face life's final test, to find promise of peace and the solace of rest. As the souls of the dead fill the space of my ears, their laughter like children, their beckoning cheers, my heart longs to join them, sing songs of the sea. I remember the fallen, do they think of me, when their bones in the ocean forever will be? When at last before my ghostly shipmates I stand, I shed a small tear for my home upon land. Though their eyes speak of deaths filled with struggle and strife, their smiles below say I don't owe them my life. As the souls of the dead fill the space of my eyes, and my boat listed over and tried to capsize, I'm this far from drowning, this far from the sea. I remember the living, do they think of me, when my bones in the ocean forever will be? Now that I'm staring down at the darkest abyss, I'm not sure what I want, but I don't think it's this. As my comrades call to stand fast and for John, I make sail for the dawn till the darkness has gone. As the souls of the dead live forever in my mind, as I live all the years that they left me behind, I'll stay on the shore but still gaze at the sea. I remember the fallen and they think of me, for our souls in the ocean together will be. I remember the fallen and they think of me, for our souls in the ocean together